Hello, chat. How's it going? Y'all having a good night so far? How's it? How's your Saturday been? I would say mines were productive, but it was not. I went to work and went to sleep, and now I'm here. So tonight we are going to play our life again. I really like that game so far. I hope you guys did too. I'm I'm like we still kids right now. I'm like when we gonna like age up? I'm ready for the life experience. Oh, and I came prepared this time. This time I got water and I got my tea with honey. So hopefully my throat don't hurt too bad like how it did last time. Okay, let's get started. Load. What this didn't save, I would have been pissed. Oh yeah, moments less that one. We already did fireflies, so what should we do now? Y'all want to do sandcastles or shopping? Kind of do one. What is long daylight? I just spend like from morning to night with them. I feel like I kind of do that now. What's grown up? The grown up mean we go to like the adolescent phase or teenager. I don't. I'm scared. Let's just sing castles. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When you, him, and Shiloh sat out on the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. Oh my god. I'm surprised Cole let Shiloh be around him after the last time. He did not like Shiloh, didn't want to be bothered, didn't want to be around him, and then he did not like our sister, which is okay, so I ain't like that bitch either. But there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon. Not with his cast. Oh, don't they have like bags or whatever that they could use to cover the calves? I said calves, so they could swim. No, I don't know. Thank God, knock on wood, I never broken a bone in my body. So we're gonna keep that track record because I do not want to deal with it. By the way, I haven't eaten all day since like what was it 3, 4? So I'm eating spaghetti while I'm streaming. So y'all might hear me munching. I made sweet and spicy spaghetti the other night. So good. The waves was a single shell to shore, glittering and blue. Another reminder of the places he couldn't go. But what you heard about Cole's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to be able to get the cast off. Like make a pact with a witch or something, just to get it off his cast. Watch Princess and the Frog. Don't do it. Or what was it? Snow White, whatever stuff with witches. Ooh, Little Mermaid. There we go. Ursula took her voice. He thought about how his summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad. But now he was here, with you and Shiloh and Lizzie and everyone else. And he couldn't even go in the sea. I'm telling you, just get like a bag and wrap it. This town wasn't bad. It had all your favorite things in it. But sitting there on the same beach you've grown up on, you could understand that not everybody else felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. I still like his little cute overalls. You watch him from the corner of your eye quietly, and he finally said aloud that you had been pondering. I wish I could go in. Like I said, I'm gonna try to do voices, but I think the only one I could do is like my character voice, and that shit gonna be hard. The water? Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to be able to do it soon. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently, soon wasn't soon enough. I feel you. I'm impatient. It's so pretty. The ocean. Mm-hmm. And huge. There could be anything out there. Like mermaids. Oh my god, we said mermaids too.
yeah.
I wish you didn't have a cast. I don't really care. Ooh, damn. Who picked that? Swimming might be fun if we could. I'm fine here on land. Mermaids aren't real. Yeah, I feel like I'd be switching back and forth with voices. Like I think last time the voice I did for my character and the sister kind of sounds similar. Oh no. Uh, you can do this. I'm fine here on land. All right. Obviously, you're not interested in hearing much more of your input on the situation. Cole turned back to the water. Oh, I'm sorry. I tried. But as he looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle?
Um,
Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening.
mm.
Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before. It's really nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. Well, how do you do it then? Oh, they finally interacted in a good way. Shiloh's cheek lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cole's expectant stare on him. I'll play too. I love making sand and stuff. I've never really made one before. There's nothing else to do. Um, we're going to say no. We could be a first for first. I never really made one before.
Okay.
He put his hands back to his she shells and sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started. Shiloh focusing more intently than you'd ever seen him. He guided the two of you through his process. I'm glad we said that because I feel like we had to teach him almost everything, like the seashells, how to catch fireflies that he never did before, and then he could choose such something. It didn't take long for the three of you to each have humble structure prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now, like make it bigger, add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I bet you'll have great ideas.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine is gonna be a real castle.
Cool.
Cool. This is gonna be a house. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to make a house, a castle. We're gonna go big because they making a house, they making a castle. We're gonna go a mansion. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to design a mansion. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Charlotte didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as she usually did. You finished shaping it before either of them did, glancing up from what you built. It seems you got done so fast because they already searched around for extra decorations. Charlotte had grabbed most of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had a lot of the shells, but there were still options. The first thing you reached for was a red bottle cap, blue seashell, green piece of sea glass. I feel like y'all might know why I'm gonna pick this. Green piece of sea glass. It was the best fit for your mansion. You decided. It was see through and sparkly. So you put it in a funny place where it take a second look to see it. Pleased with your result, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Have any of y'all built a sandcastle before? I feel like probably one time, but it's like just a basic like the shape of the bucket, put holes in it. That's it. And once I got sip this tea, I feel the third, and we haven't been playing this long. Okay. Both Cove and Shiloh seem super immersed still. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. You checked out Cole's sandcastle. You checked out Shiloh's sandcastle. You decided not to. We're not gonna look. We're gonna be surprised because they not. They didn't even look at ours as far as we know. You instead watched some clouds go by. The silence was then broken. What's on the top of yours, Shiloh? You peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looked like smoke.
Neat.
It's good. That's smart. Yeah, I didn't think of that. I guess I don't see it. You should be an architect. Kind of like, more like worms. Uh, yeah, I didn't think of that. You really know a lot about this. Hello smiled without a word. Oh, they are so cute. Like they facial expressions. Like I said, I love the art of this game, the design. And that was that for the current topic. Nova, can I see what you did? No, you cannot. Look at my masterpiece. Sure. He scooted just a bit nearer and began surveying your work. All you really knew about mansions was that they were supposed to be big. So they're going really big. It was the size of the country club that Lizzie played golf at. Lizzie played golf? Damn. Compared to Cove and Shiloh's building, probably even bigger. Shiloh quickly decided to jump in the new conversation. Hey Nova, what did you do? It's in my mansion. It looks great. Your house is so big. It's not a big house, it's a mansion. I feel like kids, I might say this one. I feel like that's how kids are. I guess mansions are just really big houses. Thanks. You just look at him. Ooh. I mean, technically, okay. What we? You know what? I can. You know what? Let's go for the first one. It's not a big house. It's a mansion. Is being a house bad?
No.
No, but we made our own place. Nobody is the same. I think we are. Cole raised an eyebrow at that. If something is the only one of that thing, that makes it special. Yeah, for castles, sandcastles and stuff. People too. My dad always says how everybody is their own man, a real individual.
Mm,
And I think I'm very special.
why?
Why not? Nobody else is you. Oh, I guess y'all getting along. Y'all getting a little bit closer compared to last time. Shiloh simply shook his head. I'm not different. A beat passed between the two. Cole then looked down at his own work again. Mm, okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving this disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me to make sandcastle the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cole trailed off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Shallow shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cole spoke up before he could. You didn't think he noticed that Shallow was going to speak. Hey, do you know what happened when your moms met my dad, Nova? You waited to see if Shallow would say what he wanted to. When he didn't, you considered Cole's question. I wasn't there. They didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Oh, girl, we can't spill the secret. Mr. O'Horn had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of a strange. No other parent acted like him, but you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cole's dad talked to him about people being unique. You report from your thoughts when Cole continued. Oh, well, I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Noah's parents and my dad met the same day I met her. I'm gonna say what happened. They say I'm gonna say or not gonna say. I don't know. Sometimes be skipping words. Read too fast. Shallow frowned to himself, ducking his head. His hat cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset at not being included in Cole's choice of topic. Sir, that you can't help it. You talk about like the fireflies. Continue talking about the sandcastles. That's all I could think of for y'all to. Yo, this tea good. That was kind of boring for him. Though giving people their own turn to say the things they want is important too. I'm so knowledgeable. Go ahead, girl. You stayed silent and let Cole finish his story. I think Shallow wants to talk too. I think Shallow wants to talk too. Huh? We were talking. Just not right now. I'm talking to you. He can listen. Oh, no. Cole. Shallow's expression barely flickered at the words. He still looked put off. Cole continued like the interruption hadn't happened. He was determined to tell the tale. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us. Only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat in there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. Hillis twisted into a frown as he recalled that. You could at least let him talk and then go back to it. I feel like I'm more like Shiloh because I guess because like I'm soft spoken, I talk really low. Like some people don't even hear me, so I be saying something and I have to keep repeating myself, and I don't like repeating myself, so I just stop talking. And sometimes people cut me off, and I like dissociate and stuff. And then I saw your moms. They were in the car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand, then went over to the front of your house where he started talking to them. I don't know what they said. I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way. That's when you escaped. So I opened yup. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there, the ones where we met for the first time. Mm. Cole nodded and then stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Uh, aren't you going to finish your story? Cole's brow wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were surprised. I'm like, probably because my boy Shiloh didn't know the rest of the story.
Huh?
That's all that happened. Okay. Why did you want to tell that story if nothing happened? You really gotta be better at telling a story. That was a pretty bad story. Thanks for telling me. Uh, we're gonna say okay. What is it? What? You said that in a weird way. I sure did. I don't think I did. Cole narrowed his eyes at you, suspicious. Shallow's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Can Shallow talk now? Why'd you bring that up anyway? Oh my god. There was a slight shrug of Cole's shoulder.
Well,
I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. It made me remember when I moved to here. Dad showed me the beach first before we went back to the car and to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Cole's brows furrowed a little more as he quietly raked his hand through his sand. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach and was instead hoping Cole might be. For an 8-year old, I'm kind of wise. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cole was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. Shiloh, fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand, had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other, and you could only wonder what this might be about. Hey, Shiloh. Yeah? Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing is happening? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh had expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know. I guess. Okay, it's kind of weird. Shiloh's eyes were wide with embarrassment, and his lips twitched, and he was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't only this. Perhaps it was simply the last straw, but it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't just look sad. He seemed almost panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what, but you soon got an answer. Why do you... Nico? Oh my god. The tension. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses, and nobody is named Cove. Hold up, I feel attacked because I started wearing glasses in second grade.
ask you to come.
Ooh, who asked you to come? Oh my god, I can't do voices because they literally sound the same. I'm trying. It was probably just your dad bugging Nova's family some more, because you don't have anyone else who will ever play with you. Damn, Shallow.
Um,
Cold blink. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to laugh off. It didn't seem like the kind of thing you'd get upset about, though you hadn't ever known what kind of thing would bother Shiloh. I'm sorry. Me too. I was just wondering. Hey, let's build another sand. Hey, let's build another sandcastle. You try to play your own. I'm like, you know what y'all can do with this. Uh, are we gonna build more? You nearly mess with the sand. Uh, hey, let's build another sandcastle. The day is gonna be over soon. Uh, Nova, you're right. The sun is going down so fast. You all went back to making more sand buildings, but the whole mood had changed. How about y'all build one together and don't argue about it? Shiloh's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cole looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. The air stayed uncomfortable the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Charlotte's mom appeared at the beach to take him home. At least you tried to do something to resolve it, though it seemed like it helped. You know, Charlotte's smile when he said goodbye to Cole wavered. It stayed as bright as ever for you. That had to count for something. But with Charlotte gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cole to head to your own houses. The two of you trailed out of the park together towards the neighborhood. The walk home was quiet. You passed by a familiar landmark, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in near perfect union. Cole was clearly caught up and thinking about something. Yes, Cole, was he thinking? You stayed silent. What's he thinking? Something was definitely up, so you choose to reach out to ask him. Hey, Cole, is everything okay? You're making a funny face.
Oh.
Oh, I was just wondering. Cole fell silent again for a few more seconds, then sighed.
Hmm.
Why is Sholo acting like that when I said he was all red a lot? You were being rude to him. He just being a baby. You shouldn't make fun of him. I don't know. It's just shallow. He gets embarrassed. You shrug at Cole with no answer to give. I'm gonna say he gets embarrassed because I don't think because he literally said he was just genuinely curious, and I don't think he's just being a baby. You shouldn't make fun of. I don't think he, like I said, he was being genuine. I don't think he was making fun of him. And we're not gonna say it's just shallow. He gets embarrassed, but I didn't say anything that bad. It might have upset him anyway. Um, I guess I can't get it. Why he would do that? Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cole's mood was still sour. Hey, Nova, was Shiloh telling the truth? Huh? His gaze left yours as he dug the sole of his shoes into the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. Does my dad make you hang out with me? I know he talks to your mom about that a lot. And I mean, your dad tried to pay me $20 a head. First of all, he tried to pay me $20. That's a lot because usually they go for like 5 or 10. I think I remember correctly. I think it was $20. You know what? He probably know how this economy is. Even $20 ain't gonna get you nothing. An uncomfortable weight settled on your chest in the question. You liked spending time with Cole. You didn't even have to think hard about it. You knew you did, but you couldn't help feeling guilty. Cole still didn't know what happened when you met Mr. Holden. Nobody's making me spend time with you. Your dad does do stuff so you'll hang out with me, with my family. But Shallow shouldn't have said that. You decided to tell him about how his dad offered you money. I don't want to hide it. I feel like if I hide it, it's gonna come out in the future. He's gonna be mad at me. Pack, I don't know what to do. I think I'm in inner turmoil. Okay, I think we might tell him because, like I said, I fear for the future if he finds out. But if I say this, am I going to clarify that I did not take the money, or it's going to be a misunderstanding? Oh, I don't know what to do. You know, we're going. You decide to tell him about how his dad offered you money. Well, remember how you talked about how our parents met and I didn't know what happened? Yeah. I kind of had something happen that you don't know about when I met your dad. As you struggled to find the right words, Cole looked at you passively. You wanted to turn away, but you kept your eyes on his as you spoke. Cove, I'm so sorry, but I gotta tell you the truth. Just know I didn't take the money. I said I want to be friends with you naturally. I was walking home, and your dad was sitting in front of the house. It must have been after you ran away. My moms weren't there either. I think they were looking for you. Your dad saw me. He got up and came over. Mr. Holden told me that he just moved into the house next to mine. Cole was still listening, his expression as plain as before. You paused for a moment, wondering if you should really keep going. Oh, they let us. You didn't tell Cole what happened after that. No, we gotta tell him the full story. Oh my god. Yo, can I save? I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save right here. Yes, we're gonna save right here, just in case. Okay, you told the full story. Even if it was supposed to be a secret, you thought Cole should still know. Yes. Your dad thought you might be lonely here, so he wanted me to be your friend. He said he'd give me 20. It was 20. See, he said he'll give me $20 if I did. Coach was so still. You thought he hadn't heard you. Then his eyes widened, his mouth fell open, but no sound left him. Silence stretched between you, so tense that it was almost tangible. You shifted from one foot to another, and your hands tensed up. Tell him that you didn't accept the money, girl. Please say something. Instead of speaking, girls, tell him the rest. Instead of speaking, he closed his mouth, his eyebrows bent up. Oh my god, look at his face, he's about to cry. His eyebrows bent up, crinkling his forehead. He looked more sad than surprised now. He was going to cry. You were certain of it. I didn't take it. The money. I didn't want it. Honest. Cole raised his hand and brought them under his glasses. This is breaking my heart. His fingers pressed over his eyes, hiding them from your sight. Then, right in the middle of the street, the tears began to fall. His shoulders shook with the force of his sobs. You could glimpse wetness through the cracks of his fingers, slipping down his cheeks. Cove, it's okay. You stepped closer, you placed your hand on his head, you touched his shoulder, you stayed by him. I'm gonna step closer because I feel like if I touch him, he's gonna brush me off. And that's gonna hurt me even more. You tried to reduce the distance between the two, but Cole shook his body from side to side, rejecting your presence.
No.
Go away. You flinched at the shout. As you stood there, listening to him cry, you felt uncomfortable over the scene he was making. Concerned for him, regretful telling him about the money, bad about everything. I'm between concerned and bad. How we feeling? Uh, concerned for him, bad about everything. I guess bad, cause like I feel bad because his dad literally had to try to pay somebody to be friends with him. Okay, we're gonna feel bad. You wish you were still making sandcastles on the beach before Cole was sad, before Shallow was mad. Everything had been so much better then. Cole continued to weep with his face covered by his hands. Worse, his voice raised in a volume. You were frozen in place. The situation was awful and you kept feeling worse every second. Stop being so loud. Please, don't cry. I'm sorry, Cole. You hugged him. You started crying too. I'm gonna start crying too because this is making me sad. You didn't know what to do to stop Cole from crying. You began to panic. Before you realized it, your eyes were moist over. Then you were crying with him. You couldn't stop. You heard a door opening and you flinched, expected to see one of the mean old grandparents preparing themselves to yell at you. At this hour, most people weren't around, either because they were working or down in the town, but the grandparents rarely left the house, except to complain at children making noise in the street. You didn't want Cole to have to deal with that right now. You tried to come up with something you could do for him, for the situation, for anything. But the door that stood open now didn't belong to the grandparents. To your utter surprise and relief, it was Cove's own. His dad was already home. As he peeked out his door, Mr. Holden momentarily looked unsure. Perhaps he was suspicious on the noise outside, but one wasn't entirely positive. Though a kid crying is pretty distinct, and there aren't a lot of kids. Maybe he didn't want to believe something might be wrong with his son. I'm sorry, his dad is still fine as hell. This is not the time, but look at his, it's just beautiful. His face fell as he spotted the source of the commotion. It was pain and it was scared, and it reminded you of the one he'd worn the first night you met Cove. Mr. Holden didn't go down the steps in front of his house. He just jumped right over them and stumbled into a run. Ooh! He skidded to a stop before Cole, bent down on one knee, and then solidly cupped Cole's teary face with his hands.
What's wrong?
Mm. Y'all definitely ain't about to try to do a voice for him. What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? Cole continued to cry, unable or unwilling to cough out an explanation. Not taking his hands from Cole, Mr. Holden turned to you for explanation, his eyes wide and imploring. He was asking if you made me hang out with him. You did. So I told Cove and how you wanted to give me money to be his friend. As you spoke, Mr. Holden's chest rose while he inhaled a deep, shaky breath, culminating in a gasp at your final words.
What?
Why? Why would you? He clamped his mouth shut, shaking his head. He faced his crying son again. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have done something like that in the first place. Yeah, you should. Now this is making me want to call my friends and be like, "Hey, dude, my mom tried to bribe you to like play with me." No, that's funny. So when I was younger, when well not even when I was like teenage, I sound old. When I was a teenager, me and my best friend we was like, so your mom paid me to be with you. And like, no, your mom, she like, tell your mom she's late and there's plus interest and stuff for hanging out with you. Like, we were joking around about that. This ain't joking around. This actually happened. He cast his eyes down, sighing. When the next spoke, when he next spoke, it wasn't part of a conversation anymore. It was barely loud enough for you to catch his words. Nova's only a kid. Tears were still streaming down Cole's face. Smiling sadly, Mr. Holden wiped Cole's cheek with his thumb. He furrowed his brows and looked at the ground. When he next glanced up, his mouth was set with determination. Mr. Holden finally took his hands off Cole. He reached for his wallet. Confused, you stared at the little rectangle that all adults seem to carry in some shape or form. It had been the source of all these problems. You were sure that Cole wouldn't want to be reminded of it right now. Mr. Holden was clearly off a different mind to you. He inexplicably retired, retrieved another $20 bill, rolled it up, and raised it to Cole's face. Cole's eyes were hidden behind tightly clamped fingers, so Mr. Holden poked Cole's nose with the bill. Cole peeped between his hands and grunted as he saw what he had been proud with. Even if it was surrounded by sobs, you were glad that something else had finally left Cole's mouth.
Come on.
Hey, Cove, can you stop crying? I'll give you this cash if you do. What? Do he think money solves everything? Cole dropped his hands from his face. It had already been red and wet with tears, but now his features were scrunched and up in a scowl. Not for the first time. You questioned Mr. Holden's tactics. He had to use two hands, but Cole firmly shoved his dad's own hand away. But Mr. Holden just chuckled at Cole's reaction and tossed the money aside. It unfurled as it flew through the air. Oh! Hold up. We ain't talking about my character. We talking about me in real life. Can I get the $20? It unfolded, unfurled, whatever the fuck. as it flew through the air, rising before slowly drifting to the ground. Oh, this is so cute. Oh my god, he looked like a girl from this side angle. This man is beautiful. Mr. Holden took Cole's outstretched wrist and lowered them to Cole's sides, stopping him from hiding his face once again. Cole's dad clearly wasn't going to let go. Huffing, Cole turned his whole head away. Tears continued to roll down his cheek as he glowered at the ground. You can buy a lot of cool things with that, but it can't do everything, can it? Cole didn't respond, not even to look at his father. Mr. Holden continued. Your old dad likes to make things nice for you with the money he earns, but you're smart. You know that I haven't really done anything.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I still make you sad and upset, just like right now. I'm sorry. Cole sniffed. Cole sniffed, the harsh line of his brows mellowing. Mr. Holden squeezed Cole's hand as he could. Continue. Not could, continue. Nova is smart too, right? I hope he agree. Mr. Holden spoke in a soft, encouraging tone, and Cole continued to calm. You have nothing to worry about. Except for me. Mr. Holden chuckled. Cole pressed his lips together, mulling over his father's words. Though the stream of tears had eased, drops still bubbled in his eyes and threatened to spill out. I love you, son. So much. More than anybody else. Sometimes, sometimes that makes me a little too hasty to see you happy, and I make it all worse. I really am sorry. Scrunching his eyes tight, Cove nodded. When his eyes opened again, they were red and glossy, but there were no tears left on the whatever the word of his lower lashes. Precipic. Y'all, English is hard. Don't judge me. Okay, sometimes when I pause, I'm either eating or drinking tea. That was tea. Aside from the occasional sniff, he was mostly back to his usual self. Y'all, like I said, English is hard right now. He swallowed.
Okay.
Doko had refused to echo Mr. Holden's exact words. The sentiment seemed to be enough for his dad. He moved his hands up under Cole's armpit and hoisted Cole high into the air with a grin. Cole's hand flew to his glasses, holding them back from falling off. Cole's lips were shut tight, all betrayed by the telltale. Woo! I am bad at reading. The telltale smile in his eyes that he was trying hard to hide. Mr. Holden laughed, lowering Cole so that he was securely pinned against his chest. Cole looked away, face angled to the ground. Now that his dad could no longer see him, he was allowing himself to smile. Mr. Holden might have missed it, but you didn't. Sorry, it was a net in front of my face. Cole wriggled, pushing a hand against his dad's shoulders. Can I go back down now?
Yeah.
Mr. Holden set Cole gently on the ground, waiting until his feet found their footing before releasing him entirely. I have to do something. Wait here. As Cole wandered away, Mr. Holden's gaze stuck to him like glue. You sighed, eyes downcast. You felt weird that you'd only been able to stand there while the event unfolded. You weren't able to fix it. Girl, we can't fix everything. As long as we tried. I couldn't make him feel better. Don't worry about it, please. We don't need another tragedy today. He winked and you weren't impressed. Shit, I would like. Let me stop. Hey, I mean that. The first part, anyway. There's only so much you can do to try to fix someone else's mistake. He smiled sincerely at you. You done plenty for Cove. And just the fact that you were honest with him when his own dad wasn't proves it.
That's a relief.
Thanks for being such a good kid. I hope you'll keep spending time with the boy. Of course I'm gonna spend time. I already said at the beginning he was gonna be my future husband. As though the sound of his name summoned him, Cove returned, clutching the bill his dad had cast aside earlier. You caught your head, and Cole's dad raised his eyebrow. Cole looked at the crumbled note, then walked over and held it out to you. I stopped crying, but I don't want this. You can have it. I'm not taking the money! He gave you a small smile. Behind him, Mr. Holden was still watching Cole closely, clearly relieved. You shared the feeling. Cole was making peace with the deal that happened behind his back. I'm not taking it. You decided not to take it. Shaking your head, you pushed the note back to Gove. I don't need it. But I don't want it. Well, give it back to your dad. You were at a stalemate. Mr. Holden hummed thoughtfully. Tapping his head, he gazed up at the wide sky as he pretended to give the conundrum serious consideration. I know. He plucked the bill from Cove and tore it right into you and Cole gasping. Why didn't you just take us shopping? That could be the shopping way. You know what? Let me stop. This is actually a good thing too. Dad, we can't do anything with it now. True. It won't work at the store like this. I mean, technically, if you tape it, they'll some of them will still take it. I should know. When I worked at a store, I had so many rip bills given to me, or bills with like pen written on it, markers, whatever. Okay, what was that? True. It won't work at a store like this, but now you can split it. Crouching down, he held out the pieces to you and Cove. You both looked at the two halves. Neither of you reached for them. It still has value as a keepsake, a memory, and that's one of the most valuable things you can use money on.
So,
That sounds pretty good, huh? Maybe I'm getting smarter. Wordlessly, Cole stretched out a hand and took his half. You took yours, running a finger along the jagged edge of the bill. It was cool to think that no other note would share the exact same future, the precise peaks and through the other tears, except for Cove's, which would bear them in reverse. It didn't feel like there was value left in it. The deal. I got a treatment called the deal. Mr. Holden stood up, stretching his arms out casually. Well then, it's about time for dinner. Me and the rec rat need to be going in. You probably should too. I bet your moms want to see you. Alright.
Bye.
Bye, Cove.
thanks very much.
You're welcome. Have a good night. And thanks, Nova. Father and son waved at you as you turned and dashed back home. The note clenched tightly in your hand. You felt lighter. See, oh, we did good. We did good. We did good. We see, look. We told him. We told him, and like it went good. Like we made amends. The dad and son made it. Oh, we did good, girl. All right. So what should we do next? I feel like we should do shopping. Shopping was always like every time I was like Fireflies or shopping and Sandcastle shopping. So I guess we about to go spend money. Hold on, guys, eating real quick. Okay, back now. Come back before it gets dark. Alright, sport? The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you've been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Oh my god, in my old apartment complex, we wouldn't get snails, but we got a lot of slugs. And some of the like neighborhood kids would pour salt on them to like kill them, and I'm like, that is so fucked up. But I was like, ooh, I want to touch it, but I was scared to touch it. Cole waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face. From where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. Sir, you just hand that money left and right with your kid. It reminded you of when you first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cole to be friends with himself. Ha. Cole's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow. Or maybe you made a noise, because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You gotta, you gotta learn how to be more sneaky. Yes, girl, we gotta be sneaky like ninjas, stealthy. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cole first, and then his dad. Hi, Nova.
How's it
Oh,
going?
whatever, same difference. Good to see you again. What assignment are you up to today, Nova? Taking a walk. I found a pretty cool snail across the road. There's a lot of snails around here. Mr. Holden grinned at you kindly. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cole, who was preoccupied with folding the bills in his hand into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun, you know? Cole was about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him? You gave a ready nod, turned to squint in the direction of the stores like you could see the goods they had to offer all the way from where you were stood. Oh, is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't mind. Great. I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Did I just make his voice? I don't know if I made a different voice for him or not. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. He found it odd, since your mom's only ever seemed to have cards in theirs. That's true. Have y'all noticed, like, not a lot of people carry cash nowadays. It's mostly card, which is hard for, like, when you go to places and they're like, oh, cash only, and you're like, okay, now I gotta get ATM, which I hate ATMs because I don't feel like paying that fee. Here, he leaned in to pass a crisp tin to go, giving him a wink and whisper, "Get something for your friend too." Ooh, you smooth. Sure,
Good kid.
that's my boy. Cole's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening his back up. The bill in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. Take care. Cole accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then, with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. Excuse me, guys. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Cole straight towards the gentle tide creeping up the sand, and you fell into place beside him. It was a nice day. The sun was shining, and there weren't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt and ocean air. When you looked at Cole, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. Are you looking for snails? Are you looking for shells? What is it? You didn't feel the need to ask why. I guess what is it? What is it?
Mm.
Nothing. He kept staring down at the ground though. You bit down on your lip a little, wanting to say something else, but not knowing what. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with a pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. This is making me want to go to the beach. It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when that wave rushed in more than a few times, and although Cole threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. You didn't either. What did you want to go to the shop for? What do you usually do on the beach? Uh, what did you want to go to the shops for? I need a new sand pail. Yeah? What happened to your old one? Cole narrowed his eyes, seeming to think deeply for a second.
Well,
It disappeared. What? Really? Cole ducked his head down, lacing his fingers behind his back. It didn't seem like he was going to continue, so you nudged his arm. How did that happen? Well, Cole opened his mouth, then shut it again, considering.
hmm.
I took it to the beach one day. Uh-huh. When I got home, it wasn't anywhere. You left it there? Nope. It wasn't at the beach when I went back. Then you lost it. It disappeared.
So,
What about you? What do you do out here? I don't come to the beach a lot. I like swimming. I like looking at fish. I like to build sandcastles. Nothing. I feel like if we say I like swimming, he gonna feel sad about like not swimming with his cast again. Uh, I like looking at fish. They don't like me, so they always swim away if I get close. But they're pretty before that. Cool. Starfish are fun. They aren't going anywhere, even if you touch them. A small laugh escapes you. So, when I was younger, apparently I did not know this until I got older. My dad told me. So, it was like a fish tank, and it was like these big fishes, and like, I don't know, those fishes that suck on the glass, like algae eaters, whatever, that look like sharks, kind of. We had those. And one time I stuck my finger in the water, and then I took it out. And when I got older, I told my dad about it, and he like, those are piranhas. I was like, what? Like, yeah, they're like red eye piranhas, whatever. I'm like, I stuck my finger in the tank. He like, well, you would have been missing a finger. I'm like, I did not know we had piranhas. And he was like, why do you think we always bought fish and they will eat it? I'm like, I don't know. Like, other fishes eat other fishes. Like, what is it? Goldfish? You gotta keep them separate. That's true. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew expeditiously. No longer just waves and footsteps, but a chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day. They call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air as you walked beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. They all sound good. It was nice. It was not very nice. It was alright. It was nice. The energy surrounding the air seemed to fill you, and there was a balance in your step as you began looking at all the familiar sights. There were so many things to do. You didn't know where to begin. You looked at Cove, hoping he was just as excited as you were. Cole was glancing from one side of the street to the other with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cole pointed to a large crowd of people gathering near a few tables with large, colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Amazing Alexander. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander. In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had three long tails. There was little tables next to him with a cloth hanging over it with the, that read "The Amazing Alexander" in glittery golden strip. Why tell people his name if it's already on the side? Cole hung with understanding, then turned to walk away just as the amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. Maybe we could stay and watch. Cole glanced back at the man. He then briefly lifted his arms up off his sides before returning them to place. You ran, waving for him to follow you as you raced back to the stand in the crowd. With that, it began. The Magic Man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was a four of diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers, and the card just disappeared. Whoa! The amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ear? Nothing? Tell me. You backed away. Let's go with nothing. Nothing? It was true. You didn't keep anything there. He smelled he smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer, and you wrinkled your nose in confusion as you watched him. You felt the tug, and then he pulled the four of diamonds out from behind your ear. What? You knew that it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he done it. There was a light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. Hold up. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump, then tied it down to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. And one for your friend, too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now you were really grateful he chose you. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card.
Mm.
My uncle does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Yeah, he was not impressed. Cole spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. Maybe it wasn't so special. COVID just ruining the fun. At least you had a fun time. You wondered if Cole's whole family was magic. Are your whole family magic? If so, he was lucky. The crowd started to clear some, and you know to the side there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. Have y'all ever had a kaleidoscope? I used to love them. You picked a kaleidoscope, you picked up a Rubik's Cube, you picked up a Magic 8 Ball, you walked past the toys. I'm gonna do a kaleidoscope. Oh, these are cool. You shifted your balloon string to your other hand so you could bring the mysterious tunnel to your eyes. A whole palette of colors appeared right in front of you, spinning into all kinds of directions, shapes as you... I swear I'd be reading too fast. Spinning into all kinds of different shapes as you twisted the ends of the tube. Cole picked up and looked through, twisting the tube at the end. After a second, he set it back on the rack, moving to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning. The awning? Careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. Did you have places like this in your old town? Are you having fun? I don't really like it here. You said nothing. Did you have places like this in your old town? Cole blinked at you for a moment, and you wondered if you shouldn't have asked. You knew how much he missed that place. Not really. You nodded in understanding, looking over at the stalls nearby. Ooh! I want the dolphin. While Cole looked at sand pills, you were drawn to a table with colored keychains laid out on it. They were sewn in the shapes of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read "Handmade" standing proudly in front. There were lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, a turtle. You picked up the dolphin, you picked up the shark, you picked up the crab, you picked up the turtle. Let's do shark. Shark bait. Ooh ha. Your hand stopped on the shark. A devious smirk filled with shark teeth on his face. You weren't supposed to go near sharks in real life, but there was something about this shark that you liked, and the fabric on its back was soft when you picked it up. You were instantly enamored. Checking the price though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. Oh yeah, you only got $10, right? Damn. You really have more than a $5 bill to your name. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh, it's $6. And then bring any money.
Alright.
It's fine. Really? Really? Are you sure? Hooray! I don't have to. Oh, I said I don't. You don't have to. I don't want you to get it for me. Mm, Me personally, my problem is I think about other people before myself. Uh, really, 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 really just remind me of that Kevin Gates song. Uh, are you sure? Hold to the keychain from your hands, and that was it. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself too. I was always gonna get you something. Oh, I already got the money for it. Okay, big baller. He smiled, pleased to have things worked out. It was nice of Cole's dad to let Cole buy us something for you too. You had to remember to thank him next time you saw him. After Cole paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side, your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling around the air. You watched Cole hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey Cole. Yeah. Your dad gives out money a lot, huh? I really like this keychain. Never mind. I really like this keychain. Thank you. It's nice. Cole looked further down the street, where different food carts were lined up. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, and just as he did, yours let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. And they looked delicious. And as the different smells, both sweet and salty, walked over to you, your stomach growled even louder. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Cole got something sweet and cinnamon, and you got plain one, got one with cheese, got one with sprinkles, got one with chocolate, got the same, you're gonna get the same. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed your pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. Your mom didn't like you to eat too much sugar, but this was a special occasion. The little cup of icing looked too delicious to pass on. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. Those balloons are going to make it hard to eat. Cole placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his still balled up hand and that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before I did hit you. I know. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cole's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist.
Oh.
Cole bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached, he smiled satisfied. Can you do it for me? He repeated the ritual. Cole struggled somewhat with the cast restraining his fingers on one hand and a string already tangled around the other.
Okay.
Mm, got it. The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to allow, each munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste of your tongue with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. Is it bad that I don't like those type of pretzels? Like the only pretzels I like are the like hard ones that you get from the bags. Like I would eat one of the soft ones like with the icing, but I can only eat a little bit of it. At that time you finished your pretzel, you were done before Cove. It was boring not having anything to do. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level. Then you held the dolphin in your hand, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. If you turned to face towards the beach, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When he glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel on the wrapper and he was gripping his dolphin too. My name is Merryweather. He's the prince of the dolphins. My name is Splash. They star in movies. My name is Cherry. She's actually an alien. Ooh, I like it. My name is Sam. They're just a regular dolphin. So we got a prince, a movie star, alien, and a regular dolphin. We're gonna go with the alien. My name is Cherry. She's actually an alien. When no one is looking, she transformed back into her true alien self. She has purple skin and 10 eyes. He sighed, wishing you could meet a real life alien. What's yours? Cole considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it, contemplating. It's. With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons. Ooh, mine's on his. Oh no. For a second, all Cole did was gap in shock, like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears starting to glisten. Yo, you was crying a lot right now. You cried last time. Nova, it made a joke. You offered to find Alexander. You offered to give Cole your balloon. You didn't say anything. He will be alright. What kind of bullshit is this? I might do that next. Like, I'm telling you, we're gonna play this game multiple times probably because I really like it. So I might do like a mean mode. You offered to give Cove your balloon. You looked at Cove, then up to your balloon, bobbing gently in the air above you. You can have mine. That was better than letting him cry more. Cole sniffled, glancing up at the balloon, then back at you. No, it's yours. I don't want to take it from you. It's okay, really. Cole shook his head. Even though it wasn't your fault, you felt bad. Still, the offer seemed to lift Cole's spirit, and that was good. Cole, take the damn balloon. The passing of Cole's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cole went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset, filled with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been a good one, except for the sad final note. God. Oh my god. I feel like we're doing good, right? You know? We got a keychain. I wish he took the balloons. Why his had a pop? Why couldn't mine just pop? Long day. It was another scorching summer day. The kind where no sooner had you finished one cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Everyone else had something on. So that afternoon, it was just you and Shiloh. Shiloh hang around me more than he hang around Lizzie. And then they say Shiloh always followed Lizzie around. This didn't happen much, especially since Cove had arrived. Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked at you for all the answers. It made you feel pleased, frustrated, nothing really. Nothing really. Shiloh, you just here at this point. Shiloh went along with whatever you wanted, so he wasn't bothered, but he also wasn't that much fun. Shiloh, you gotta make your own personality. Like, we could do what you want to do for once. You drained yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet, something like ice cream. We want an ice cream. I know. Popsicle, an ice cream cone, and ice cream. Ooh, ice cream. Let's do an ice cream sandwich. You crave soft ice cream sandwich between two cookies. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your mom didn't keep sweets in the house. Why not? Outside, there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained, but there were shops and demanding payment in exchange for their products. You sighed, you voiced your predicament loud. You asked Shiloh for help. We can voice our predicament. I feel like we need to talk to Shiloh. I need you to have your own personality, but I want an ice cream sandwich. Shiloh, who had been draped over the sofa, perked up.
Yeah.
Mm, that sounds good. We don't have anything like that in the house, and I don't have any money. Oh, let me check if I have any. Shiloh rummaged in his backpack and proudly produced an assortment of coins plus one stray button. You set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1. You announced this to Shiloh. He had almost certainly come up to the same conclusion, but he'd been watching you expectantly. It's not enough. It's a start. It's a start. Shiloh beamed at you. We'll need to find some more. Okay. The two of you lifted the couch cushion, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scoured the back of the drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross. Bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust, or sandy crumbs, but every so often one of you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pulling your finds. Shiloh held his breath as you could, counted the coins once again. $2, 53 cents, and two buttons. What is up with the buttons? You didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out.
Um,
Is that enough? You figured he knew the answer without looking to you for confirmation. But the thrill of your success and the reward that would follow canceled out any other feeling you might have about that. Yeah, you could now afford something at the shops. Just one thing. But that was infinity, ba ba ba, better than none. Shiloh clapped his hands. Yay! The two of you dashed outside. The promise of sugar bowed you onto your destination where, breathless but happy. You stared at the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed to the funds to get the treat. He seemed to notice your pause. Why don't y'all get one and split it in half? Aren't you getting an ice cream sandwich? Charlotte asked as though he was entirely separate from the decision, rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Probably because he was hanging with Lizzie. Do you mind? Charlotte caught his head to the side. It was your idea. You should choose. You went ahead and got what you wanted originally. Are you really sure it's okay? You tried to get something you both wanted anyway. You tried to get something you both wanted. Yeah. It wasn't fair for you to be the only one to decide when he been a main factor in making this happen. Some of the money came directly from his back pocket. What do you like? All of them. They're so good. You press further. But what do you really like? Popsicles or ice cream? Which is your favorite? It's hard to pick. I don't know. Frustrated, you cut to the heart of the matter. You want me to choose? Yeah. Shallow! And that was that. You got the dessert you wanted originally, and I hope Shallow would actually like it too. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You bit in the ice cream sandwich. The chewy chocolate biscuit complemented the creamy vanilla ice cream inside. You held it out to Shallow so he could take a turn. He shook his head.
Finish it.
Shallow, Shallow, you killing me. He didn't want any? After everything he did to help you get it? That was weird. Shallow. But you accepted the offer. You tried to include Shadow. You hesitated. We're going to include you, sir. Even as Charlotte said it was okay, every story you'd ever seen on TV or read in a book said that sharing was caring. You stood your ground, even as the tree started to trickle dangerously towards your fingers. It's only fair that you have some. We both bought it. But you want it more than I do, and getting to play was a lot of fun already. So you can have it. That's more fair. You held it out to him. I want you to have some even more than I want to finish it. So eat your part. Relenting, Charlotte took the tree and gave it a taste. His eyes lit up.
Thank you.
Oh, he's so cute. Oh my god. It's really good. Thank you. You smiled, pleased with their good deed. You picked the best one. Did he mean that? Charlotte was always nice no matter what happened. Even if he hated it. You knew he wouldn't say so. Maybe he thought it was gross and is the real reason why he didn't want to take some. He had no idea. You studied him as he ate a little more. He had every appearance of enjoying himself. Still weird. The two of you began to head back home as he ate. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Shallow didn't know how to say what he felt, or was too afraid to. She figured that was his problem and didn't care. Are you scared of me? You thought that was kind of sad. Are we friends? Mm. Oh, stop. I feel like we're friends. Oh my god, I just saw this. Hi, James. I don't know if you're still here. See, I tried to do that thing and the thing wasn't. Uh. But yeah, hi, James. Cold Dad is hot. He is hot. So what we gonna say? Let's see. Uh, are you scared of me? Shallow opened his eyes wide, seemingly caught off guard by the blunt question. No way. But you don't tell me things. Like what you want to do or what treat you should get? Oh, we should get. That's not 'cause I'm scared. It's 'cause you have better ideas than I do. Unfortunately, there was yet another thing you couldn't entirely believe Shiloh on. You hoped it was true and that he really did feel okay around you though. One sec, check. Shella made you unsure about setting a label on this experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times and there had been confusing ones. You were positive of one thing, at least. The treat was delicious and that was nice. Let's see. You were positive of one thing. Oh, my bad. The sun was low on the horizon as you returned to your neighborhood. There you spotted two very familiar figures up ahead. Lizzie and Cole. I hope he cussing that girl out. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them, just as you saw the tears on Cole. What she do? I'm about to lose a sister today. I'm about to lose a sister. Ain't no way she made Cove cry. Yeah, we fighting. On sight. I don't care if you older. You walked straight over, Charlotte at your heels. Once there, you, defending Code, took a moment to make a joke, accused Lizzie of causing trouble, carefully asked what happened. I want to be like defend Code, but I don't know what the hell happened. Carefully asked about what happened. Without a time machine, the only way you were going to find out was by asking the witness. Lizzie might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or even come to Cove's aid. You want to hear the story. Cove, what happened? Nova, I got yelled at. Who yelled at you? Tell me now who yelled at you. He took a deep, steady breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Which one? I'll burn their house down. Aw, sorry. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of a nearby house. Your heart sunk. You knew exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You, Lizzie, and Charlotte knew to stay away from them, but Cole couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them, but the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. It didn't matter if they were really nice like Cole. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything I can do?
No.
No. I'm just gonna stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What? You should ding dong dish them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great, 'cause they're so slow. They'll never catch you. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again.
You're just saying that because you're a chicken.
Y'all, did y'all ever ding dong ditch? I know I did. I did it a lot. I don't think I ever got caught either. Cole glared, but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not a chicken, are you? Yeah, cluck cluck. Yeah, cluck cluck. You'd rather just avoid them. You thought they deserved worse. Ooh, they do deserve. I'll do it. No, you thought they deserved. God damn it. I was saying yeah, cluck cluck, 'cause that shit is funny. You know what? Yeah, yeah, cluck cluck. She can't teach you about being a chicken if you are. In fact, a chicken hunched over. You folded your arms to form wings and bat them up and down. Bok bok, bok bok. For once, your sister seemed at loss, but it didn't take long for her to regain her usual confidence. So you admit it. You continue to flap your arms wings as you circle your sister, clucking all the while. There's no shame in a chicken being a chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a chicken. Things were not going the way Lizzie expected. She fought against the lab and looked for a way to restore her serious authority. So I did pick the good choice about saying, yeah, I'm a chicken. You and Cove are both little chickens. Oh, but fuck. Cove put his arm, though the one with the calves wasn't as tightly tucked down, and joined you and cheated around. It was hard to club through the giggle that rose up when you saw him imitating a chicken, but you still both gave a first class performance. First class performance. The door to the old couple's condo flung open to reveal one of the culprits behind Cole's tears. You froze, wing raised. Can't you let anyone have a bit of peace and quiet? He must not have been a fan of theater or farm animals as well as kids. That was the only explanation for his outburst, which was far louder than anything you and Cove had done. Go on, beat it. It was distinctly unfair, but Cole's lip was trembling, and you thought it would be best to heed his command. Should throw a rock at his ass. Lizzie took off, with Shiloh immediately trailing after her without as much as a glance back in your direction. So much for your friendship. You waved your arm at Cove, summoning him to follow you, and ran after Lizzie. The old man's hollers propelled you all from the street to the sensitivity of the hills. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache on your legs. You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the grass. The four of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoyed the feeling of cool grass against your skin.
Cove.
Hey, Cove. Cove lifted his head. I told you, I told you there were many grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes, then decided this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from your sister. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting to Shiloh, who eagerly joined the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be second fiddle against Shiloh once Lizzie came around. It always went like that. And it was fine, you thought. You still felt a little sad after how much time you spent together today. And it was always annoying. We feel, we could do a little sad, cause like, fuck my sister, she literally just drags you around. You had been hoping the two of you might have become closer, but you had to let it go. He was happy where he was. There were other things to attend to anyway. Yes, like our future husband. You wrinkled close to Cove. He had calmed down for the most part, and was expecting a flower. His fingers pinched the stem and tilted the white petals towards him. That's a poppy. Oh my god, yo, the people who read like mangas and stuff, who's on Webtoon, who reads Midlight Poppy? Midlight Poppy Land, cause my boy Toga, Toga, let me stop. Wrong string, not the time. But y'all know my baby daddy on Midnight Poppy Land. Cole glanced at you in astonishment, then back. And the type of poppies on the hill had the name White Linen Poppy. Mom told me. He quirked a smile. That's funny. He ran a finger around the edge of the petals. It doesn't feel like cloth. You need a lot of them to make anything. He nodded and released the delicate plant. Evolution complete. This is my first kind of flower, but I didn't know what it was called. Thanks. God, why do we have so many choices? Mm, it's mine too. I like roses. I really do like roses. Buttercups are really great. My favorite is snapdragons. Hibiscus are the best. How you say that? Peonies. I can never remember how to pronounce it. I love sunflowers. I'll pick tulips. Orchids are the most special. I like all flowers. I don't care about flowers. Only know what my mom tells me. Ooh, we're gonna type our own. Uh, my. Hold on, I gotta figure out how the hell to spell it. Okay, there we go. No. Okay, so roses are my favorite, but I kind of do like tsubaki, which is Japanese camellia flowers. And the main reason why I got them from, like, I found out about them is from the anime Soul Eater and my girl Tsubaki, and they kept saying Tsubakis are um scentless flowers. And her bitch ass brother, was like, you would never have a scent, and you useless. Type in your favorite flower, please don't capitalize or pluralize it, and that is incarnate Tsubaki. A Tsubaki? Huh? Neat. Thanks. Yes, one of a kind. Answer. You moved onto your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of the thick throat you curled. Hold on, wait. Reminded you of a thick throat you curled under on a cold, rainy days. You wondered if the clouds would be as soft. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. You saw a dolphin, you saw a car, you saw an alpaca, you saw a smiley face, you saw cloud shapes. They do like alpaca. You saw a fluffy alpaca in the sky. You nudged Cole and pointed to it. Can you see the alpaca? Cole joined you and gazing skyward.
Whoa.
It's more like a llama. Hey! He chuckled at your reaction. Y'all, this game could be an anime, and I would love it. I'll watch everything, and it better not be 12 episodes. All the sun's light faded from the sky, and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hills, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach. There was no argument from the other two. Shallow was still shallow, and Cole would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. You want to go there too, were too tired to argue, were happy to do what the others wanted, objected to the plan. Uh, I guess too tired to argue. Let's do it. It had been a long day. It had been a long, hot day. You weren't bothered about going there, but you would rather do that than make it seem. You stepped onto the sand for the second time that day, but it felt different that night. Look at the sandcastle. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour. Abandoned sandcastles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. The four of you kicked shoes off and removed socks and walked along the water's edge. The waves tickled your feet. I wonder what happened if you tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything. You would kill the sea people. I said the sea people. Well, it could be sea people. We still think it's mermaids out there. That would be bad for the fish.
Jeez.
I didn't say anyone would do it. Jeez. You don't have to be serious about it, everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It hurt the fishes. Uh, I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. You never heard Lizzie use the word before. Mommy loves to have bubble baths in her bath. She'll turn the lights off and have candles. I'm going to do that next time. What the hell? Okay. Hey, when your mom coming to pick you up anyway? Not for a while. She's busy.
Hmm.
What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they never talk about? You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by the waves. Even if Shallow never seen upset when this topic comes up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. It's okay. I'm like Lizzie and Nova. I don't have a dad, but I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, oh, sorry. I only have one now, too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just my dad and me.
Sorry.
Oh, I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone. Cove nodded. Hold on, sip of tea. Throat hurting. Woo. For all my tea drinkers out there, what's your favorite? Mine's, I don't have a favorite, but right now I'm drinking chamomile tea with some honey. You judge about Shallow's mom getting together with Cove that, ooh. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways. You didn't say anything. I like this one.
Yeah.
Cove couldn't muster a response. You don't think he truly disagreed, though. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction. Cold water suddenly sand splattered against your leg. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Shallow scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. Thank God. Everybody could be happy right now. You made a run for it. You know, we retaliating. You used your foot to smack the water pulling around you, sending an arc of sea foam flying back onto your sister. You laughed as she sputtered. Some of the salty sea water had landed in her mouth. She spat it out. Yuck! Lily chased you, intent on revenge. Oh, she actually being a good sister for once. You dash up and down the coast, take it and turns to be the predator and the prey, as well as joining forces to take down Shiloh or Cove. Alliances were silently forged and wordlessly broken. Everything was fair game and war. Ah! Shiloh the breeze's exclamation was drowned out by the biggest splash yet, caused by him falling face first onto the ground. That would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Shiloh sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming from the rain. As you all hurried over to check on him, his hair was plastered to his head and his soaked clothes clung. And there wasn't any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over.
You Dumbo.
Way to go, Shiloh. You Dumbo. You offering him some help, let him get up himself. We could help him up. Shiloh didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, you dropped it. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice and held her hand out to Shiloh too. He reached over and took it. Oh, so you take her hand, but you want to take my hand? I thought we was friends. We not friends. He reached over and took it. Slowly, he started to pull himself from the ground. Then he slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over him now. Maybe it was a good thing you didn't take my hand in. Puh,
Sorry.
are you? What were the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought they must be low. But there is no way Shiloh would do something like that on purpose, then pretend it was an accident. Especially not to Lizzie. If your relationship with Shiloh felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand from her cheek. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Shiloh got up again as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy. But that didn't stop Cole laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. The four of you drunkenly made your way back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake as damp clothes weighed the group up. Y'all know what I'm saying. Your moms were outside, chatting to Cole's dad. We're back! Your mom's faces fell as they looked in the state you all were in, ranging from messy to soaked. That's a
Now,
Our moms are beautiful. Like I can't get over that. Like I said, look like a vampire and werewolf kind of thing happening. Elizabeth, is that all that you had to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. That she only did. What's Marigold going to do when she comes to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home? Cold and filthy? Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cole's matted hair. You been out making memories, Bucko? I'm glad. I'm glad that you had a good time with your friends. I can't do his voice. I can't. Cole used his slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed even Dad had gotten wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and had just as much fun. That might be right. Kids, what can you do? Come on. Come on, Cole. Let's go get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want that cast to be reset. Cole winced at the thought.
okay.
That a boy. Mr. Holden carefully bent down and plucked Cove up from the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sam was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Cliff Holden. Okay. Night, super family. And Shiloh, too. Resigned to his fate, Cole twisted his body in his dad's arm in order to turn around and wave goodbye. Smiling, you wave back. Good night!
Fine, fine.
Well, we better do what we can to fix you guys up, too. Come on, everybody inside. I want you to march straight to the downstairs bathroom.
Ugh.
Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Sit on an old beach towel your mommy had found. You waited in the hall until you were less sandy. You weren't allowed to go into your room or walk around the house. Fair enough. But you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. It felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Charlotte would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Miss Fields had come to collect him a little while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without the hat for once. Oh, we don't get to see it right here. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got to go in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. This was a no fun allowed cleanup session. At least that's what she claimed. Not much longer, and it would be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Dressing off to sleep sounded like a great idea. That was beautiful. Okay, last one. Last one. I feel like we're doing good, you know? One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of birds chattering outside the window while you lay across a rug on the floor. Cole's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you, along with Lizzie, to play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy. So your sister was starting to get impatient, waiting for her golf class that evening. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt that it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. Then, suddenly, a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes, and her smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck here, inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyway. They're always inside and telling everybody they're too busy to play.
Why?
Duh.
I said why. And it would be fun. Duh. What do they do inside that we don't, besides use the phone a lot? Excluding a small huff, Lizzie decided to ignore Cove.
What do you think?
Neva, what do you think? Do you want to? I guess we'll do it. Shit, we ain't got nothing else to do. Cove said it. That doesn't sound fun. I bet we could come up with something else. I don't know. I want to. Well, he don't. Let's try to see if we come up with something else, and if we can't, we'll just do it. Cause he ain't wrong though. Adults don't do shit. But that's what I'm going to do. And it's not as fun when I play pretend adults by myself. Do you do that a lot? What's it to you? Looking at Lizzie, it seemed Cole felt he could understand where she was coming from, and he sighed. Do you really not want to play, Nova? It was clear he wanted some way out, but still felt guilty about it. Come on. I'll try it, but it sounds boring. Okay, okay. I'll stay. Sorry, I have other stuff to do. You kept hesitating. I'm conflicted. Mm. Pack, what should we pick? Mm. Let's see where it goes. Fine. Okay, okay. I'll stay. I hope this is as fun as you promised it'll be. Lizzie looked at you, deadly serious. It's the most exciting idea I've had all week. Satisfied that neither of you were about to bail on her, Lizzie thought over her options while you watched. After a few seconds, she clapped her hands together and began apparently having settled on something without asking either of you. Of course.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to be a professional golfer. Nova, you and Cole can be husband and wife. A beach volleyball player, a gymnast, or a tennis player. Why can't we pick anything we want? Because I have a fun idea. That's why. And we have to play sports as adults. Yep, but there's other kinds of sports too.
Right?
It isn't the same. What do you think, Nova? Don't don't those choices sound super cool? You want to be that, huh? No, I want us to have our own choice. I like, I kind of like those. It really doesn't. Haha, it sounds like a blast. Isn't there anything else we can be? You nodded. Maybe not. Uh, is there anything else we could be? Lizzie stomped a foot on the ground. Stop being a brat, bitch. Nope. Come on. You decide already. Remember Lizzie wouldn't let this go anytime soon. You sighed. Cole was not impressed with Lizzie's attitude, though he didn't bother talking more about it for now. You thought over the list of possibilities: beach volleyball, gymnast, or tennis. Out of all of them, you prefer to play. I do gymnastics, man, because I did gymnastics when I was young. If you couldn't spend the afternoon doing cartwheels and handstands in the backyard, then you might as well practice them inside. This is going to go wrong. There wouldn't be as much space as there was outside. but you could still try. Yes, that was clearly the top option. Okay, I'm going to be a gymnast.
Alright!
How about you, Cove? I picked volleyball. I should have known. Okay, so Nova, you're the famous gymnast, and Cove, you're on a popular beach volleyball team. And Lizzie pointed to the bottom when she proudly stretched her arms wide. We're Olympic athletes who just competed in the Olympics. Cove didn't seem all that impressed with the announcement. He made a face and adjusted the glasses on his nose. That's really specific.
Rude.
Not a rude. Uh, that what makes it fun. Anyways, Lizzie marched back and forth in front of both of you, getting lost in her own imagination. I want all gold medals, and people are calling me the next Mickey Wright. Who's that? Lizzie stopped on the spot and turned on him, her brown eyes shining with impatience. It doesn't matter if you know who she is. It's a golf thing. You guys won medals too. Cove, your team was bronze. Damn, why they gotta be bronze? And Nova, you barely missed out on the gold and got silver. It's more real if we're not all first place. So why you gotta be first place? Silver sucks. Silver sucks. I don't want silver. I'm okay with that. Hey, we can do better than silver. Silver's not bad. Nice. You stay silent. Silver's not bad. Nice. It might not be first place, but you knew that silver medals were still really good to get at the Olympics. But it isn't gold.
Sorry.
Lots of people lose at the Olympics. Them's the breaks. Then you're the one who did, not me. Lizzie looked taken back by Cole's declaration as though the thought of her losing was completely absurd. No way. It wouldn't make sense. I'm already practicing my golf game. She took a golfing stance to make her point, pretending to swim her club and hit an invisible ball. So what kind of house do you want to live in? Cole hadn't changed his mind about winning, but thinking about where he lives as an adult appealed to him. Apparently because he looked back at Lizzie with some of the anger fading. I'm going to live on the beach. Lizzie made a face at him, poking out her tongue. That's kind of boring. We already have that. No, not like a normal houses where with their street. Oh, jeez, I can't read right now. With a street on it, right on the sand by the water. Just like that, all the attention was back. You hadn't even had a chance to choose where you would live. That's not very fun or smart, Cove. You can't live on a beach of sand and shells. But I want to, and I will. I think I give them the same voice. I can't tell. Cole narrowed his eyes at Lizzie. Even though she stood half a head taller than him, you don't give out a list of things to pick from this time, so I'm picking that. Why are we even playing pretend if we can't imagine anything?
Jeez.
Jeez. Well, I'm gonna live in a mansion far away from here and far away from you. One with an indoor pool and a place to practice my award-winning golfing.
It's not fair.
How come you were yelling about mine when your idea is even more impossible? Damn. Lucy's face flushed red, her hands balling into fists at her sides. It is not impossible, and it's better than yours. Disagreement always seemed to crop up when these two, when the two of them were together, and you always felt like you were stuck in the middle. But when it came to the topic at hand, this time you thought you prefer mansion, being on the beach was cooler, you wanted to agree with Lizzie, Cole was right, you were tired of deciding between either. I'm tired of y'all pick. I'm tired of it. You didn't engage with their bickering, instead jacked up your own dream house. And you weren't going to share your idea with them either. You already knew it was a good one. You could swim whenever you want if you live on the beach. We can still swim anytime we want from where we live now. Being a little closer doesn't mean anything. Says you. and two of them scowled at each other. You're being so unreasonable. You, you, I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense.
Ugh.
It does! You have to be realistic. I said that, but you're not. I would have left. I'm like, y'all can deal with this yourself. Turn on the TV. Yeah, at this point, why y'all not, do y'all have a TV in your house? Do y'all got board games or something? There's a pencil, paper. How about y'all draw? Now I feel like even with the damn drawing, y'all gonna argue with the board game. Y'all gonna argue. Y'all gonna argue about what TV show to watch. Yeah, it's better to just leave them. You had no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working each other up as long as they could. Nothing you said so far had kept them from being mad. Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked into the room. Lizzie rushed to her, hanging onto the hem of her shirt and poking out her tongue at Cove. Lizzie, Nova, it's time to get ready to
You
go.
alright with that?
Sorry you had to leave already, Cove. Their mommy said she'll walk. Their mommy said she'll walk you home, so you won't be left in the cold. Cole was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed red with anger. I can go by myself. But,
Bye.
bye, Nova. There was still a harsh edge to the brief farewell, but you knew it wasn't you he was mad at. Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cole stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight.
Huh?
Okay. Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? I told you, fuck this bitch. We were playing pretend and things got intense. They were like cats and dogs. His sister's jaw dropped, looking betrayed as Mom put both hands on her hips. Elizabeth! I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Lizzie's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know. I tried to, but he was
That's enough.
no buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging a foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mom. Good girl. You caught pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself about how it was his fault too, but it was over. Ah, right. You better get a move on.
Let's go.
Let's go, kids. No, Nolani or Nolani? No, we're gonna say Nolani. Where did you leave the car keys? Oh my God, is that the other? Is that mommy name? Mom hustled you all out the door, and you noticed during the car ride too, golf practice, that Lizzie was harder than usual. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen in the car, but she didn't say anything. Your parents noticed she wasn't in the mood to be bothered. They gave her a space, and Mommy just asked you what you would like to listen to. You picked your favorite song. It always made the car ride more fun. You choose the soundtrack to a cool movie you saw a couple months ago. You choose a song you knew Lizzie liked. Maybe that was your. As much as I don't like the girl, I guess we can be nice since she's our sister. Even if she probably wouldn't do the same shit for us. Maybe. Like, she be having, like, some good times. Like, she'll be nice. You were happy to see it brighten her up right away. And she started singing along with you. Oh, we did it. Soon enough, her bad mood was a thing of the past. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hours watching Lizzie hit things with her other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell that she really liked it, so you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. Who remember Wii Sports and playing golf and hitting the golf ball as hard as you can at the beginning? It was nice sitting outside than being cooped up in the house all day. And you stretched out your legs to let a few minutes of sun warm your skin. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your mom took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you had all been going to ever since you could remember. The whole afternoon had been a bunch of shouting you hadn't been able to stop, but you could kind of tell that all this helped Lizzie be less angry. The car ride home was quiet, with only the radio providing escape from silence. Lizzie had been in a better spirit now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned at the window. She knew that what was coming when you all got back home. Clearly, she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mom was turning onto your street, then reversing into the driveway. Once she cut the engine, it was dead silent. That's an engine ignition, whatever. No one spoke. Only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened their doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips.
So,
Now then, Mr. Holden's car is in the driveway, so we should be back from work. So he, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cole can hash things out before the day's done. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Sorry, got a burp. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good. Let's move this to the kitchen. Mom went over to the house phone. The rest of you followed behind her. Mommy put up a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder as they walked side by side. Watched them from the back. This was only happening because you told on Lizzie. I feel like they needed to hash things out because if every time they arguing, it's gonna be a headache and not gonna be fun for everybody. You didn't regret it. You felt a little guilty, like you had betrayed your sister. You hadn't liked doing it, but had to. But it was her fault for doing it in the first place. I'm conflicted with these two. You felt a little guilty, like you had betrayed your sister. You hadn't liked doing it, but I feel like this because, like I said, we had to do it because y'all were horrible to play with. Man, child cell didn't feel good, and you wouldn't want someone else to tell your mom everything you did. Still, your mom had asked directly, and you wanted to be a liar even less. The four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, who kept her gaze on her feet. Well, that wasn't what I was talking about when I said we had to, but you know, kids do not lie to your parents. You remember the number for Cole's house, don't you, honey? Lizzie jerked her head in another nod. So, how do you know the number for his house? Do you call them? Without further prompting, she stepped forward and she began to dial. Oh my god, who still got a house phone nowadays? I'm curious. Mm. How many of y'all, I forgot what it's called, like when you got push the button repeatedly to text out? Mom reached over and pressed the button on the base. Suddenly, you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. Damn. The phone rang a couple times, then stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through the other end. Evening. Holden residence. Lizzie looked over at Mommy, unsure. She nodded encouragingly.
Uh,
Mr. Hi, Mr. Holden? It's, Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove?
Absolutely.
Lizzie? Super. What a surprise. But of course you can say, hey, to the boy. He sounded cheery as usual, though definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You thought hard, and you were sure that your sister had never called Cole's house before. That's what I'm saying. How the hell she know the number? Unless she was talking about like the other mom. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest. Her lips pursed. Hi, Cliff. Nolani. Ooh, this is gonna get me. Nolani, Nova, and I are here too. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. You spoke up to say hello too. You said nothing to close it. We could say hello. Hi, Mr. Holden. The gang's all here? Huh? Is something the matter? His voice grew a bit concerned. Mommy was quick to reassure him. No. Well, yes. But it's going to be okay. Lizzie and Cove got into a bit of a fight today. We were hoping that the two of them could talk and make it up. Sorry, headache. Is this a good time for you and Cove?
What?
A fight? Cove didn't tell me anything about that when I came home. It does explain the fun he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem like he really thought it was funny. Anyway, it's good. You didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him for you. There was some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gone far because you could still hear him calling out. Cove, there's someone on the phone for you. After a beat of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad. Come on, bud. Lizzie called just so she could talk to you.
Are you sure?
Noah's on the other end listening too. Don't you want to say hi? Don't mention me. you probably, you know what? Probably mention me. It took a bit of back and forth, though the conversation seemed one-sided since you couldn't hear Cole properly. Eventually, Cole took the phone from his dad.
Hi.
Hello? Uh, hey, it's Lizzie. Yeah, I know. Dad told me. Cole's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern look from her, though, and Lizzie turned away.
Sorry.
I just called to say I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again. Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable for apologizing to Cove in front of everyone. She was still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too, because he sighed quietly. I want gold, and I think Nova should win too. Really? He thought you were worth gold even though you hadn't even wanted it? Lizzie was momentarily stunned, silent by the demand. She probably forgot that had even happened already. Alright, we all win the gold. Okay, I guess I'm sorry too. A sense of relief washed over everyone at his acceptance of the apology. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulder relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised up. You wondered if she thought that he refused her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cole felt awkward about the situation. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time. Really.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first, though. Uh, bye, Lizzie. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Nova. You perked up at the mention of your name. You smiled even though he couldn't see it. Bye, Cove. With that said, Cole must have handed the phone to his dad and left. Since Mr. Holden spoke up.
That's a relief.
All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. As Mom replied, Lizzie tugged on Mommy's hand and catch her attention. Can I go now, too?
Good job.
Sure, sweetie. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cove. Mom flashed a brief smile at Lizzie and nodded her agreement. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mom and Mommy returned to the phone. Taking it off speaker, they continued to talk to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what about. You were glad that was the end of it all. Lizzie and Cole might not get along, and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mommy and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With that thought, you retreated to your own room with a spring in your step. Are we gonna see Cole's room? We did it! We completed all of it. It's time to end the summer. Let's say first. Okay, let's see. And then the summer ended. You move to the next step. Yes. Whew. Okay, this might be the last one. This is gonna be the last one, Pat. Okay, I gotta wake up early. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your moms, Lizzie and Cove, as the five of you watched the sun dip into the ocean, somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. Hmm, that was a fun day. I didn't know. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's do something. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out?
Duh.
'Cause I know. That's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear. There's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started. I don't know, fuck it. He didn't look upset though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Excuse me. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan.
Ugh.
Mom, summer is almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You surely didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Please, can we play a little longer? We have to keep playing before it's too late. It is almost over. You put on your best puppy dog eyes. Lizzie may not want to, but you plan on going home. Please, can we play just a little longer? Mom looked down at you with a sigh, and you clapped your hands together to give your plea some extra appeal. We'll help with dinner tomorrow. You immediately nodded in agreement with a very clever offer, shifting closer to Lizzie since your parents can't possibly resist the power of you two combined.
Please.
Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. You can't do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to their agreement.
No,
Well,
no.
oh come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory.
Okay.
All right. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside. Understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You grinned at Cove and nudged his arm with your elbow. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which you took as an agreement. Uh, so much to do, so little time. Hmm. Maybe I could still get the Shiso bracelet at times and trinkets. Oh, or maybe the playground or the fireflies will probably be coming out, right? Hmm. Don't I get singing this? You suddenly made your own plans. We can't go too far. I'm going home. I'm gonna say don't I get saying this. Lizzie looked over at you, narrowing her eyes, like she was very serious, contemplating the answer to that. Girl, you gonna listen to what I gotta say? I'm a snitch again. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie hugged as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That she said the wind was rude. That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heels and heading off in the direction of your mom's had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking all towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long, she was disappearing off and down the road. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, headed for the beach. Why would I follow Lizzie? Fuck her. Cole gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return.
Cool.
He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading off to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rocket. That's a rocket rock. Jesus Christ, it's late. He reared his arm back, then tossed it out into the water. You were impressed over how far he got it to go and sailed way out into the sea. It was a good toss. That was pretty neat. It was in a long throw, but he didn't care to try for that. The rock sunk kind of like a rock fell behind down the. We was impressed. You can't skip rocks in the ocean. What are you doing? We're gonna look for our own rock. Deciding to join Cole, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw too. You found a shell that would suit your purpose. A smile grunted as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet sounding thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cole, he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cole was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. I know a lot of people who like had cats. I've seen like TV shows and movies and stuff, like how it was itching and they couldn't scratch it, and they would get like hangers. His brows were furrowed, and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
It's not fair. I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When did you get it off? How'd you get it? Okay, I want to ask both of them, but let's do. How'd you get it? I was jet skiing. You were jet skiing. Really? That's not fair. Cool. Your eyes widen. They do really. Really? Cole narrowed his eyes a little. Yeah, why would I lie? I didn't mean it like that. He then continued to explain. I crashed. He gestured to his arm as if to say, and this was the result. It's hard to believe you're allowed to jet ski.
Wow.
Well, I'm not. Oh. Cole let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement. Regardless, the sudden topic changed. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Cool. You're going to like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Well, damn. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cole shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you looked to a good... No, stop crying! If you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
You cried so much, I am not gonna lie. You never had to move before, but you thought you could understand. If you had to go to a new school all of a sudden, with all new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. Even though Sora maybe understood. Even though you Sora maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later. Cole gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right. Cole wanted to go back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whatever he felt this said. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. You settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Do you hate it here? This can be your home. It'll be alright. Do you hate it here? Cole's brows furrowed even more. Then he shook his head. Oh my god, he's crying more. He felt a rush of relief fill you. You like having Cole here. It would be sad if he'd been miserable the whole time. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around? The question was a little surprised. Of course. I don't know. Bitch, of course. We would never leave you. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? I hope so. After a second, Cole gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that would be fun. Cole smiled, then looked back at the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, that I'd feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. He spread a glance over at Cole and saw that anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzling. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You can remember a long time ago when you first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you never met before. Things changing is hard. You held his hand. I can. I'll make sure you do. Shit, what did he say? I forgot. They keep giving me choices that I don't know the fuck. What if we held his hand? Would that be good? You're not quite sure what to say to that. So instead, you reached out and take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his cast. So you make sure you were very gentle. As you watched, Cole's eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You will. It will. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cole would be able to accept this place as his new home. You definitely tried to help, and what in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things were here Cole probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit. Hold on. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone fast. You stood there and dusted the sand off of yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cole looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance. Yet, ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cole returned with one of his own. Nova?
Thanks.
Oh, that was perfect! Y'all heard that right? That was perfect. I said Nova, and he was like, ah! It was nice where you were right then. The two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. In between. Oh my god, am I like getting older? Um, whew. Guys, what's she gonna look like now? Let's see. Uh, I wish our red eyes were like a darker red, like how our mom is. Mm. So we definitely is gonna change the hair color. Uh, what we gonna look like this time? Lol. Hold up. I wanna, yeah, I wanna do locks. But let's, yeah. Shall we alternate it? Do red in the back and then purple in the front now? She's still gonna have the scar. She's still gonna have freckles. I think that's the only thing. Like, yeah, she's older. We just changed the hairstyle, changed the color. Birthmark, scars, freckles, acne. Ooh! Ooh! Can I minimize the acne? No, fuck it. She got acne now. Ooh, we can do earrings even though I can't see it. Wait, hold up. Go back. Which way? No. There we go. I just want to see the earrings. You know, I probably ain't gonna see with the locks because I ain't changing it. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I am not a gold person. Like, I still have gold accessories, but I'm mostly silver. Ooh, yes. Shit, can I get more? Let's do this one. Uh, what's the other one? Birthmark, scars, freckles. How we gonna have braces? I can't even see the mouth. Thick lips. Okay, back to there. Trying to see something real quick. Okay, she's done. No, but let's do braces. Even though I can't see it. My feelings for COVID. That is the love of my life. Nervous. What's that right? Crush. Relax. Crush? Relax crush, I guess? Hold up. Hold up. We saving again. Okay, now we're gonna be yes. Customize codes. Choose to customize code yourself or let his prior experience determine it. Now let's personalize ourselves. Both. Dang, I should just did appearance. Oh, hair. Let's do his hair. Oh, it's doing one or two. I kind of like one. One's good. My boy is still gonna have his glasses. Shirt. Damn, they don't give me that much options. I feel like this cause his hair stick out more. So he could have multiple pants, but not multiple shirts. This is the whole outfit. Oh my god, he's just like his daddy. Oh, the cast is gone. I'm gonna do enough of that. Necklace. I guess so. Oh, PJ. Damn, we can do this PJs too. Oh, she's still. We can do the compass. Jacket. Why does that matter? He gonna wear pink. Pink jacket. Pink jacket. His personality. Can we do like a candid, quiet, studious, mix, sporty? We're gonna do a mix with that one. Okay. Guys, we're teenagers! August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cole felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign. Cole would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. Almost at Sunset Boulevard again. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from other kids. From what you saw, anyway. Oh, I got no trophy. Youthful infection. Whenever he could, Cole stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. Oh, got me a little puppy. Sometimes it was like things were exactly the same as when you had first met. But other times, as you got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings had changed in meaningful ways. That year, the divorce of Cole's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cole's dad got full custody. Yay! So he had no choice but stay here. Imagine y'all three. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cole would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Damn it. Thought we'd keep him forever. Cole cried too, for different reasons though. It seemed like Cole and his dad might move again. No! But Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Thank God. Ma asked him about it once. He had said he didn't want to uproot Cole's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cole to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cole. Did we learn last time? He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cole never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was harder for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cole would stop crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. But yeah, I hope that you could help him feel better still. Since even without the tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal. Except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. So wait, we was 8, she was 10, 13, so she 15. Oh my god, she in high school. Wow, high school girl. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cole's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked around his forearm. Cole's cheeks flushed with shy pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cole will probably hold the spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did with his school stuff overall. Over the years, he became more quiet and reserved. You didn't usually see him talking to other people. Did I make him? I did it. I think I did it so he could stay near me. But I think I did it unintentionally. Yep. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. Damn, what happened to Shiloh? He and his mom moved back south because of her work. Just 1 year after Cole came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. Damn, bye Shiloh. Who they gonna replace you with? You learned some heartbreaking things became less and less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. His and home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanted something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for that word. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everybody calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cole's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek will pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mrs. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work, and Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, and when everything around you had changed, in small and big ways, you had to. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into the new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over and some vacation had come again. Oh, I want us to go to school. So I'm guessing this game, like, it's just gonna be summer after summer after summer. Damn it, I wanted to go to school. I thought I never said it. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was hot as ever, but you were inside and away from this harsh rays. To be more specific, you were snuggle up in bed, celebrating your time off by sleeping, wide awake, about to head out, and enjoy your time. Nope, we gonna sleep. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it to intrude your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for any intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. That's what she looked like now. You know what? I see it. You're still sleeping? Wow. Get up. Go. Oh, what teenage voice do I do now? Go away. You pretend to still be asleep. You got up. You started to fake snore loudly. Morning. What fake snore loudly? You didn't get out of bed and instead made some obnoxiously loud and totally phony sleeping sounds. It was pretty annoying, but she had bothered you first. Ugh, not funny. Get up now. I will come over there. So much for lazy morning. Your special boy is at the door, like he always is now. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him. Say thanks or whatever. You still beefing with him? Yo, look at our room. We got a computer now. Oh my god. A little basket. What else we got? Is that like snorkel? Yeah, it look like snorkel, yo. Look at the painting. Did we paint it or we just bought it? Wow, look at this. Oh, our road. What the fuck is this dust shit flying around? You did not like the way she called him your special boy, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her.
Come on.
So come on, down already. Be right there. Okay, fine. Really? That's great. I'm coming. I'll be there when I'm there. Uh, I guess really? That's great. I'm coming. Who's not happy to see you? Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretched your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Your reflection hardly even fit the frame. You're very tall. Ooh. Your reflection went over the whole length of the mirror. You're pretty tall. Your reflection fit comfortably in the frame. Your average height. There was a lot of open real estate in the frame. You're pretty short. You had trouble getting your reflection to appear in the mounted mirror. You're very short. Let's do tall. Yeah, your reflection hardly even fit in the frame. You're very tall. You could relate to Cove and how it felt being unusually big. He was one of the rare fellow 13-year-olds whose height was a match of your own. You liked your height, you weren't sure how to feel about it, you were kind of self conscious about it. You could be self conscious. You couldn't help but feel awkward with the body you had. Then you put the finishing touches of your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words peaked. You couldn't pick your parents to do. You planned on going over to see what Cole was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Did we brush our teeth or anything? Cause then we just wake up or something. Step 2, second chance. Poof. You spotted Mom first. Reclining on the couch, she held a magazine in her hands, which she was pursuing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at you, greeting. A smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Okay, Miss Updo, I see you. Our mom is gorgeous. Good morning, Nova. Thank you for coming down. Mom's at the door, but he can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and being thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Mom was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulders.
Oh.
Okay, purple hair. Don't care. I see you. Ooh, she got like a little chain necklace, or did she already say that? Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Martin reached forward, and you knew she was about to pet your head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so you were still little in her eyes, despite being big for your own age. You let her do it. You happily let her do it. You took your body aside to dodge it. You pushed her hand back and laughed. You pushed her hand back and grunt. We could laugh about it. Mom could be so ridiculous, you thought, but that was okay. Ah, you're the last one down today. You know that. Life isn't a race. Morning. I was going to stay in longer, so you're welcome. Sorry about the wait. Uh huh. What did we get? I was going to stay in longer, so you're welcome. Yes, thank you for gracing us all with your presence this fine day. The smile left something odd and clicked forward. Cova, just as you remembered exactly how you came to know him to be. Oh my God, he's adorable. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as the long strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much of talking about the gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruits. Yo, I actually just did that and I was about to say it out loud. I'm like, wait, they look like flowers. I'm like, no, they look like fruits. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cole's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the representation. likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out his way to be neighborly, and Cole would always be roped into the participating. At the sight of you, Cole smiled. Oh, look at smiling! Oh my god. This game is just cute. At the sight of you, Cole smiled, but there was some nervousness to it. Hey, you smiled back. I don't know. It should be like, hey. Hey. I don't know. We just gonna do regular voice for now. Like, maybe I'll try to switch it up. But I don't know. I'm gonna be, hey. See, look, dying. From the voice. You couldn't help th- you couldn't help thinking to when you first met Cole and how you became such good friends. Lately, though, you were starting to have different feelings for him. Yes. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you too. His grip on the base of the gift tightened and your heartbeat sped up. Oh. Even neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware something new was growing in your relationship. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to spend together and explore what was developing. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hand brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty, that he knows it happened. You couldn't help but smile to yourself. And with that, the gift was accepted. Y'all, I can't get over how adorable he looks. Shit, what he gonna look like when after doing when he get older? I wonder if he gonna look like his dad. Well, that's everything. Though he said that he made no move to go, you could tell he was reluctant to. Thank you. Thanks. You're too cute sometimes. You're too cute sometimes. I'm not trying to be. Just thank my dad for all this, okay? Is he about to cry? Alright. Miss Owen's behavior really was different from any neighbors you'd ever had. Though after 5 years, you were used to his antics, and wait, hold up, what his dad look like now? I mean, the moms kind of look the same, maybe like different hairstyle, but they still look the same. Okay, used to his antics, and you since made up your mind on what your opinion was. He was nice, he was sort of funny, he was pretty weird, you didn't like him, he was great, and kind of handsome to boot. Kind of handsome. No, there were some things people didn't like about Mr. Holden. You didn't mind them and liked him quite a bit. And even if he was cold dad, you couldn't pretend like he wasn't a nice looking guy. That was good too, but it was something you kept to yourself. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cole as both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. Do he got muscles? I think he got muscles. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. You were happy to sight of him, you were confused at the sight of him, and you were displeased at the sight of confused. You didn't expect to see Derek today, though you never really knew when he'd appear. Who's he? Is he a kid? He looked like a kid. After stopping a couple of steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Oh, he's adorable. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
That is a kid. Hey, guy and gal. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Nova's place. Do you ever spend time in your own house, or are you always just there? Don't say nothing. He could always come to my house. And then one day he'll come to our house. Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't know that it embarrassed Cole, or the embarrassment was what he actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure. Then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This? It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit.
Nice.
Nice. Can I have something? No! Sure, we can share. I haven't even tried it, and yet it's a gift for my family. I can't give it to you. Maybe you can have some later. I ain't giving it to you. You better ask him. Derek pouted at your words, not hiding his disappointment. Uh, okay. And he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, probably for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cole was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cole did 5 years ago. Were they there with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him?
Nope.
Nope. I came to report this signing right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. Oh my god, is it you? Did you have a child? Cove, did you have a kid? You blinked. Slowly you looked over to your long-time neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove. When you first got here, anyway. Oh yeah, I guess that was me back then. Derek snickered, good naturally. I can see that really well, now that you say so. But what'd you say? Let's go find Code's lookalike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do it. Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek Grant. Oh my god, please let him have an older brother and please I want some drama. I need some kind of split toxic drama to happen. Derek grinned, and then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mysterious visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach. As a trio, you made your way down the shore into the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfort silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movement and scrunch of expression, he came off angry. He started to have doubts about this expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you left him alone and let him sort out his feelings. You shared a look with Cove. He was equally reluctant to start up a conversation. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey guy, over here. Oh shit. Did our mom have a son? Cause, she got the same kind of eyes. The kid whipped around in an impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but strong hostile energy still radiated from him.
What?
Bitch! Never stop. Can't do it. What? What is it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it?
No.
I'm Derek. That's Nova and Cole. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by response. It stayed corrupt. Oh! Deep breath. English. If things could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it. What?
My parents.
My parents. They're the ones who brought me. I didn't want to do. I didn't walk to this town. Could you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
Right. My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. We could push him in the ocean, you know. Let the sharks get him. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation. Probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time. A chore. My parents' family is nearby, and we just had to come see them. Ugh.
Um,
If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
And you said we stupid, bitch. You are. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Do you want to go somewhere else? No. Jimmy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves. Since they cared so much and left me home, but I'm not allowed to be by myself. Pfft, it makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything. And I'm the kid? But damn. You kept quiet. You shouldn't talk about your parents like that. Sorry, it must suck to be forced to do something you don't want. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Calm down. You don't have to yell so much. Who peed in your cereal this morning? What it was, I can't remember what it was, but it was something that like what crawled in your frosted flakes and died, and for some reason that had me dying. Uh, I guess sorry. It must have been forced to do something you don't want. As if that does anything. You turn to cold, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar at all. Jeremy must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
I'll kick you. Ugh, of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Oh, no, he did not. Cold cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. Come on. What? No, Cole's wavy eyebrows are so cool. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? True. Don't listen to him. They're really unique and special. Well, they are kind of silly. Apologize to Cole right now. You can't treat people like that. Okay, I'm completely. I kind of. Cause I feel like if I say, "How can you say that when you got a bowl cut?" He might think I agree that his eyebrows are weird. Oh, I kind of want to roast his ass with the bowl cut. Cole, please don't take this the wrong way, but I gotta roast him with that bowl cut. Yep, it's embarrassing and awful. But my parents made me. I won't have to have it when I'm older. I don't know what he's going to do with those things, except maybe shave them off. He probably should. I bet he'd look less dumb with no eyebrows. You just rolled your eyes, you crossed your arms over your chest, you shook your head, you patted Cove on the shoulder, you launched toward Jeremy, you grinned at all of this. We larger for the fit! With your fist ball, you made a quick step forward, but you only wanted to spook him. He was the one who started things. You were ready to end them. Ooh, 'cause you know. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna end this shit. He made it clear that words wouldn't work, leaving you to resort to action. You weren't sure of what would happen, but you couldn't let this stand. Derek and Cole jump into stop you before you reach them. They each grab you by the arm. Still, Jeremy instinctively stumbled backwards. He practically fell over. That's what I thought. I if if that's all you can do about what I'm saying, it's just proving it's just proving I'm right. You're brainless. You lucky both of them was there, 'cause I probably would have dragged your ass. You were annoyed the other two were against you on this and got in the way. Though the reaction you had been able to get was still worth it. I'm gonna knock your block off when nobody there. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Darius' words and a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Yo, the voice actors are good at this game. Laugh, laugh. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and scolded away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over until he became a speck in your vision. Silence regained in his wake. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. How old are y'all then? Cause wait, hold up, they probably is our y'all. I forgot that because he looked older. He looked like he's 16. I'm like, we probably 16. But no, we're 13. Kovac is tall as hell, and he's 13 too. And that bowl cut is 13. Cause I'm like, we better fight a kid. Then we gotta talk to the parents and stuff. Could we fighting kids that are younger than us? No, they the same. I can't believe it. What do you mean, kid? Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cole did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
This sucks. I was hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what really improved the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding. You not eating my fruit! You completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded. Girl, you was still holding it while you were about to fight him? Yeah, I gotten used to the wait. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. I guess y'all can have some. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for a skewer hesitantly, slightly once he was inches away.
Are you sure?
Unfortunately, yes. Y'all, I don't like sharing food. I got better. When I was a kid, I didn't like no you can't have nothing. But I got better now. Kinda. Sorta. You nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime road fruits. Cole grabbed one for himself after that. Only you were without a skewer of your own. You took a pineapple skewer, you took a grape strawberry, you took melon skewer. We could do pineapple. I like pineapples. Shit. I want mangoes and pineapples right now. The pineapple was cut to look like a flower. It was the obvious first choice. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within a minute. This is amazing. Cole continued munching on his, making a small noise with his mouth full. Hey, you two remember the Land Before Time? That fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all like the leaves that were shaped like stars. Yo, okay. So did y'all know if y'all ever seen the movie The Land Before Time? Did y'all know the little girl who voiced the baby dinosaur or whatever? She died before she could see the movie. And I think if I'm correct, her dad killed her and then him. Yeah, that's sad. It was. I'm like my girl voicing a sad movie, and she had a sad, tragic passing. Tree stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, chopping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. And there was the scene with the pretty trees, and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off of them till there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. I love that movie. I never seen it. I didn't like that one. That movie's for kids. Eating leaves looks good. Should I worry about you? Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? Should I worry about you? He snickered. No, I'm not gonna do it for real. But I did pretend I was a long neck when I ate broccoli one time. The three of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was barren. It looked weird when devoid of fruit. Hey, we weren't supposed to eat all of it. It did help make you feel better. Eating it all hadn't really made you feel better. No, we felt better. Food always make you feel better. Derek was right. It was good. You were already brightening up the mood from earlier drama. Hey Nova. Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually. Were you seriously going to hit that guy? Yes! Well, he had it coming. Nova, that's so bad.
I mean,
I thought it was good. I would do almost anything for you. Not anything, almost anything. We ain't there yet.
ugh.
But you're both crazy people. You knew when Derek said things like that, it wasn't serious. He liked you and Cove. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Are you how someone's supposed to be ready for a break? Hell, you're ready. Cool on you. Wish I could say the same. It feels like there is a lot to plan for. And what about you, Cole? Are you ready? Mm, I think that depends. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered.
Hey!
Oh my god, why are you still a bitch? Hey, Nova. You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cole ran off with the thing Mr. Holden brought for us. Ooh. She leered over with you with your arms folded. So, where is it? Well, it's gone. What do you mean, gone? You move over to the side to face her completely. She zeroed on the blanket in your hand, which was now populated exclusively with skewers, dripping in juice, and the tiny flakes of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open and the tone of her voice rose.
What?
Seriously, Nova? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be for all of us at home. She glanced at Cole, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly. Even if you are the most important person in the household to delivery boy, this was up to his dad. It seemed everybody was in the mood to tease you and Cole today. Within moments, Cole's cheeks flushed red. He picked at the hem of his shirt, suddenly finding it very interesting. He always became nervous when Elizabeth would strike at your relationship. Girl, I will fight you too, just like I was about to fight the other boy. Shit, I want to fight you when I was at 8. Sorry, Elizabeth, get over it. What this morning has been kind of a disaster. We were hungry. It wasn't us. A seagull came down and ate it all while we were looking. Get over it. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, not at all okay with the kind of response. Uh, oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around.
What?
What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched his feet and ran off. Cole hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you from over his shoulder. He turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. You ran, you stayed. We running! Without a word, you two got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
So immature.
Fuck you! We so kids! She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped and shall live to see another day. Exactly, but we should keep moving. Yeah, for now at least. Victory. My minds are going to be so mad when Elizabeth tells this story. No, victory! You threw your arms up in celebration. You chuckled together, walked further down the beach side by side. You definitely want to stay outside a little longer. Yeah, got a bit of a scolding from your mom for not saving any of Mr. Holden's gift for Elizabeth, but you didn't get any real punishment for it. Instead, while you were out with the boys, Elizabeth returned home to share the news. The three of them went to get dessert on their own. It was declared even by your parents when everyone got back and the event was settled. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. I recall a code. Your fingers jumped to the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were wanted on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, they moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's gonna want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along with. Is she gonna make a move on my man? Hmm. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth, too. But now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. She was your only friend who was a girl. Being family helped make you close, but you had a lot of girlfriends. No, she was the only friend. Fuck that. I don't know why I'm trying to make my circle small. You weren't all that close with any other girls your age, but you had plenty of other friends, but you didn't really have a lot of other friends either. We're gonna do that. Ma always said that quality was more important than quantity. When Elizabeth bemoaned your small social circle, you weren't sure how friendship quality was judged, but nevertheless, you thought that would whew, thought that what you had with Lee was good. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Lee, finally, who is this? Super resident Nova speaking. Hello, hello.
Hi.
Oh, she's adorable. She got red hair. Hi, Nova. It's Lee. I'm glad it's you. For a second there, I thought it might be one of Elizabeth's friends. There was static on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. Oh, she got blue. Oh my gosh. She's adorable too. So, can you believe school is actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of the boring stuff and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh yeah.
You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which was why you'd been sat by its crib waiting for Lee to call. Your mom's could be really unfair. You thought that made sense. You didn't like it, but it had to be that way. We didn't like it. You weren't the only person here. If anyone could take the phone anywhere at any time, it'd be an even bigger hassle. You could easily imagine the receiver having a new forever home in Elizabeth's locked room. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way upstairs, smiling. Have y'all ever had like you're on a phone or somebody else on the phone and there's another phone in the house or whatever, and either somebody else or you like answered it so you heard the whole conversation or they heard your conversation? And you'd be like, get off the phone. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here.
Cool.
Cool. Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? Do y'all remember y'all first cell phone? I remember mine. I begged my dad to get me one and he got me one, and literally when I came back home, I feel like I had it for like maybe a couple days or a couple weeks, and I dropped it and I'm like where it was, and I found it on the road and cars had rode over it and it was crushed and my dad was pissed. And it was like the phones where like you turn it to the side and you can slide up. The thought of someone having that phone that was all there on seemed unbelievable to you, right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they had changed their mind. We could call each other every single day, and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? Really great, but wouldn't it still be using a home phone? Too bad that's so far away. But when I still be using a home phone, my moms would be able to stop us if they wanted to. Lee left. You didn't put a damper on her imagination. Oh, then you have your own phone too. That works. She sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. Damn. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you put up your pillow and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you would have to choose whether or not to go to a college. School was such a big part of your life right now. Studying didn't come easily to you, though you tried hard. You worked about as hard as most people and got pretty average results. You never tried much, but you still didn't do that bad. You didn't bother at all at school. Your grades reflected that. Everything in your classes came easily to you. You worked hard for your excellent grades. We do average. You got that was reasonable enough. You felt a lot of pressure to get higher grades than you did last year. You hope to do just as well this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped some. You confident your grades would remain great. You had no plans on getting excellent scores this time around. Uh, I guess you felt a lot of pressure to get higher grades than you did last year. Your future depended on it. Yeah, you try to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled. You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Google, I'm not trying to talk to you. Hold on, chat. I hate these spam messages. Okay, I'm back. Lee grown. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. I'm looking forward to going back. Hell no. Let's make a petition for more vacation time. It's so awful. I hate going. Come on. It's too scary not to think about it. Vacation time. Yeah, everybody in class will sign it. Maybe some of the teachers too. Though I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Learn new things can be cool. Gym is pretty great though. It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. The cafeteria and lunches at my school could be better than they had any right to be. There's nothing good about my school. This is why they hang out with people not in the neighborhood. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. Uh huh. Learn new things can be cool too. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught things, not just some
Me
people.
too.
Am I choosing all of them? Oh, but that was all. And that's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken. Now, I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We all talk about this summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Oh, tell me. I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckle, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. I want to spend time with people. I've got some new art supplies, reading. I'm going to catch up on movies and TV. Probably I'll spend time at the beach. I don't want to do anything at all. It's a vacation. I got new art supplies. I can't wait to try them out. I can't wait to see what you make. You lean back in your bed, settling in. As you continue chatting with your friend, even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day. You sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? Mm-hmm. His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What's he like? Creepy, mean, weird, kind of interesting. He was mean. He kept snapping when all we were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone, but especially Cove. It was awful. I almost fought him. Mm, I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Hey, who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys, or maybe just one boy. I see how much you like Cove. You got me. Yeah, that's a special case. I don't give him all my attention. You weren't able to say anything to that. What to say? What to say? What you say? That's a special case. That's a special case. Lee laughed at your defensiveness, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. Oh my god, Elizabeth, please. Just leave us alone. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face.
Come on.
How long are you gonna hold the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held her hand out, the other one large on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. Gotta go. I'll see you soon, okay? With a sigh, you said goodbye to Lee. Sorry for being long. I'm still using it. No, get out of my room. I want to retaliate. Fuck it. No, get out of my room.
In your dreams.
I don't think so. You can't have everything in this world. Neither can you. I'm not the one asking for it. You had your turn. Now you want to get mine too because you were first? In your dreams. I will get mom's. You glared at her. She glared right back before whipping around and shouting out your door.
Hey.
Mom! Nova won't give me the phone and it was way past my turn. She hurled back up the stairs. Let Elizabeth have her turn. Sharing is caring. I got a care to share and I don't care. And you only get rights to the phone if you use it responsibly. I am. I'm talking to my cousin friend. You heard her. Fine. Lee, I have to go now.
Bye.
Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your mom I said hi too. I'll tell you my mom you said hi. I'm not talking to Elizabeth. She barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out the room. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was let in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside, and you laid in bed wide awake. Why does this look pretty? I don't know why. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at its furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and the open sky. You were scared, confused, annoyed, curious. Bitch, scared. What had caused that noise? Swallowing hard, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You could only hope his wasn't a bad idea. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? You squinted. Yup, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was a very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others, so theoretically it wouldn't be hard to climb out. Still, just because somebody could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. To his credit, Cole was doing fine. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. Did he just climb to our window? Oh my god. He easily lifted a hand and winked at you from the other side of the glass. You hurriedly opened the window. Oh my god, he in our room. He snuck in here. Cole climbed over the ledge, releasing a breath once he was safely inside. Did he step on our bed with his shoes?
Hey.
Hi, Nova. What are you doing? What's up, Romeo? This is this sure is a surprise, but you're always welcome here. Is everything okay? What happened? You're lucky I didn't start to scream. Amazing. My dreams have come true. What's up, Romeo? Nothing good. I want to see you. I figured this was the only way. Oh, you want to see little old me? If I rang the doorbell, I know your mom would have answered and they just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. Well, besides with you, I mean. But that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you would touch code felt like he could tell you what's wrong with. I might have tried calling or something. Except my dad was on the phone. Why is everybody having phone problems? Cole sounded a little very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation. You shouldn't have done that, but that I would have done that too. You didn't comment on him. I'm not commenting. There were other things to talk about. Are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cole was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened, varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during the summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. No, I did not. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too. But no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. What? You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cole. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. What did your mom say? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon, before school starts. Oh. You gonna look just like your mama. I already know it. She gonna be beautiful too, 'cause there's only beautiful people in this damn game. Yeah, I heard Cole talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about his past memories of what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon, you were going to see Cole's mom in person. That's what gotta hurt his dad though. Like seeing her and I guess staying with them too after the divorce. Unless they like great friends, I guess. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cole felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across the room, his features painted with dread. Before they had barely stayed in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're all going to be together again, the three of us, after all this time, just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out. And now I feel really bad for feeling this way. Nova is so. His fist tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Thought he wouldn't meet your eyes. You knew he was waiting for you to say something. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. This is hard to deal with. We can deal with this. I'm sorry, cuz. You know I'm here for you. Yeah, that's a lot. You don't know what to say. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. This is hard to deal with. I think that one. Cole sniffled. You were afraid he might really start crying, but he didn't. Instead, he smiled. See, now I feel kind of better. Visiting like this wasn't a bad idea. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marvel at how their day started. You had woken up eager for the summer vacation, but now things seem so crazy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if it all wasn't enough, now Cole's mom would be living with Cole and his dad again. Their whole life was kind of like that. It seemed complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Nova, please ask to spend the night. The sound of your name said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cole gazed at you, concerned.
Are you okay?
No? Yeah, I'm okay. You mean it. Yeah, I'm okay. You didn't mean it. No, I'm not. I don't know. Who, me? I'm more worried about you. Wow, things are kind of bad for everyone. I'm more worried about you. You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you too. Cole grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face, lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with his smile. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed at his arms. But I kinda don't want to go back home either. Can I stay a little longer? Just doing something else? Yes, you can. Oh my god, Sabono just texted me. He went to Texas Roadhouse earlier, and I told him bring me some rolls, and he did. Give me 1 second, Jack. Okay, I'm back. But I kind of don't want to go back home either. Yes, you can. He appeared. He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? I would never turn you away unless you do something. I would never turn you away. You're gonna stay tonight, but we shouldn't make. Who? What? I would never. Maybe it never play through, but I would never say this right now. I got a flashlight and some cards. Are you in? Of course, you can always stay here, Coach. Yep, you can always stay here. You held his gaze confidently, hoping your words got across to him. Cole perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. Yes, get comfortable. You felt a little better at the sight, somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight. You were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you never want to undo. Hell no, we keep it up. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. That initially friendship had deepened so much over these past years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. Oh, don't come too close. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easily to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. You smiled gently at him. You put a hand on his shoulder. You patted his back. You hugged him. You took his hand in yours. You nudged him with your foot. There's a lot of options. Okay, so hug, hands, nug. Mm, I guess because I feel like hug or her hand, like yes, romantic and stuff, but I think that's still her trying to comfort about that, and he don't want to talk about it, and I feel like that's gonna lead to talking about it. Nudge him with your foot. You easily were able to reach out and nudge him with the arch of your foot. You had no idea how to make him feel better, but you were trying. Cole blinked, confused, before he swatted your foot away, but his expression softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stressed on, you thought that you truly want to keep having moments like this with them. You, you hoped the day would never come when life decided that the two of you, would have to part ways. And you knew Cole felt that same. If you leave, I'm leaving with you, Cole. You open your eyes, tired eyes, grunting as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your brown skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes, before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together, trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day or stay snuggled up for a little while. No, we stay until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair. He stayed! And you bottled upright and gasped in surprise. He never left? He was still there? In the morning? Cove! You laughed out loud. You jumped out of bed. You froze. We can laugh. He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and partially leaning his head on the side of your mattress. With your laugh, Cole's eyes snapped open and his head slipped from its source of support. He didn't stop going down until he smacked right into the floor with a crack. You clamped a hand over your mouth and looked down at him with the wide eyes curled up where he had landed rather ungracefully.
Aww.
You laughing more? Are you okay? You held him up. Shh, my mom's gonna. We're gonna laugh more. Cole gave you an unappreciative look, but you couldn't help it. That was too funny. If either of your moms found out Cole had slept here last night, the two of you would be in big trouble. Cole blinked at you a couple of times, his eyes growing and painted as some thought that only he could hear settle in his mind. Oh my god, I fell asleep. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cole pace your room, looking around frantically. Cole's hand flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. It's going to be alright. We're going to be in so much trouble. Just calm down. Settle down before mom's here. You didn't say anything. Settle down. Cole nodded, his shoulders tense as he fixed you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused about how all of this had played out, but hoped that was true. Right. Bye, Cove. At that, he glanced at you once more. The expression was placid, and all the panic he was stopped ever so briefly by a moment of clarity. Thanks again. You're a good friend, Nova. A really good friend. Don't friend zone me! He firmly whispered the words so there was no room to doubt. He meant it. But he turned away from you before you had the chance to respond, or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cole's hair, and filled your room with its salty scent. Cole fearlessly stepped out onto the ledge. So he did step on my bed with his shoes. You wish him luck. You rallied him to keep going. You suggested he sneak out the door instead. You urged him to hurry up. We wish him luck. Good luck. Be super careful. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in the front of the other, with increasing speed, until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try to keep watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage. Then, lowering himself onto the fence, from there he finally dropped down to the ground. But I feel like somebody saw this. You threw out a thumbs up as at his successful climb. He ran out toward his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window. You signed there was nothing more you could do. You hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. Put on your slippers, you checked yourself in the mirror, you made your bed, you just left. We put on slippers. You knew it was summer, but your slippers were comfy and cozy, and made your feet better whenever you wore them. You took the stairs slowly, attempting to match your face into a look of innocence. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting.
Why?
Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never misses a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile, and her lips pressed together even tighter. Nova. You shrugged it off, you clammed up. When you like to know, sorry, you excitedly bursted out. You folded. Hell no, we shrugged it off. I'm not. You spoke so nonchalantly you almost thought she believed you, but you knew better. First was suspicion squinted occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately she rolled her eyes and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Coles. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they made. Hash browns, an omelet, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. Okay, yeah. I'm a very picky eater, but especially for breakfast food. Like, I think the only thing I will eat from this is the hash browns and the fruit salad, because I hate eggs. Oh, I'll eat the sausage links too, but I would not eat the omelet. You feel a little bit of everything. You pass on some parts because they weren't things you like. You pass on some parts because you were trying to avoid meat. You pass on some parts because you were trying to avoid animal products. I like how they consider like everybody's dietary factors. There weren't things I like. You appreciate that there was a variety in your meals your mom made. The parts you did have were very tasty. The day lazily drifted by at home, and eventually your parents returned. You put open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two, before grabbing a bottle of ice cold water and taking a long drink. It's a perfect balmy summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occur your time. You were heading out the front door. You paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cole since he had left the morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now? Or to call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when the voice caught your attention.
Hi.
Hi, Nova. Confused, you looked over where an unrecognizable, eh, guys, I can't talk. Unrecognizable, fuck it, y'all know what it is. Woman was waving at you, a friendly smile playing on her face. You recommend for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school or from the country club your mom took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. Stranger danger! The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Is this cold, Mom? Cold Mom, maybe? Oops, I'm sorry. That presumptuous. I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? She is cold. They got the same eyes, and I guess her hair and the dad's hair like dulled it down. You shook your head, and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cole's mom. You didn't. Damn, she got here quick. I thought maybe like a couple days. Couple days she'll show, but no. You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner. Now that you got a good look at her. She seemed nice. She seemed sort of strange. She looked really young. It made sense that she was Cole's mom. She felt so different to Cole. She was super pretty. This beautiful lady was Cole's mother. Wow. I told you, everybody here is beautiful. And adorable. It's kind of crazy how both his parents were that good looking. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Jesus. Cole mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression that it would be very next day. I mean, we had the same thing. She extended her hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist. Her name is Kyra, that's cool. I'm Kyra Priest. Priest? You can call me Kyra. You shook her hand, you didn't shake her. I guess we'll be nice because she will be our future mother-in-law. You reached out and took her hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm Nova, but you already knew that.
That I do.
Cole's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Nova. Hold on, a little sip. Cole talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. What's Cole said about me? What are you doing here? Nice to meet you too. You kept quiet. What did he say about me? Oh, I can't tell you that. I've already said too much. Dang it! She laughed good-naturedly. You couldn't be happy about that answer though. The sound of a door opening and closing caught your attention, and when you turned towards the sound of it, it was to find Cole exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side, for an adult anyway. Cole's height must have come from his father.
My baby.
Aw. There you are. I thought you were going to keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cole's eyes as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must have been feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Kara beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Nova. I'd like to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run to your parents first. responsibility and all that.
Anywhoosies.
It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting on this street for a time being. Anywho's, let's go. Kara walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cole, who crinkled his nose as he watched her.
Sorry.
I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cole shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so confused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning, Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's going to be here all summer. Oh, all summer. You're surprised to hear that too. Cole sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you, if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxed a little bit in relief. Thanks, that'll be cool. She is gorgeous. I like her tattoo. Don't like tattoos like at the chest hurt though, cause bones? Like the sternum tattoos? Girl, you brave. But I know some people say it don't hurt. The two of you headed over to where Cole's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her door. You realize that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cole's mom who was hanging with you. She looks so young too, like everybody looked young. However, after blinking at the woman a couple of times and looking between her and Cole, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela.
I see.
I see you met my kid, Nova, and I'm guessing you've already known Cole for a while. Kira laughed. You and Cole exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kyra Pierce, Cole's mom. It's so nice to meet you. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eyes as Mom popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. See, look, her eyes and the main kid eyes, they both gold. Mama, you got some slang, dude. Did you have a kid on the side? We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned slyly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, Nova. Cove. Cole smiled at Mom shyly, and she gestured her hand towards the living room. There's no use in hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Cole grimaced and held back a groan. He likely took offense at how she didn't want to put them out with the surprise visit, but not him apparently. Yo, Cole funny. I understand. You're welcome to stop by anytime.
Of course.
Have y'all ever had any neighbor this friendly? I can't think of. I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Nova went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice.
Have fun.
Hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look, and they smiled at you fondly. You were happy they were letting you go. You were annoyed they agreed to let... No, we were happy. We gotta do it for Cove. You could tell that Cove really needed the support, and you were ready to be there for him.
Marvelous.
Marvelous. Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. How long is this episode? Guys, we might have to pause it. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was the sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi, not too far from here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tourist town, isn't it? There's lots of them around. Kara put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son.
Well,
She got like a little evil slut, like Stargate. Well, you sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kara pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Nova? Wanna point me in the right direction? You shrugged, not really sure. I have a couple of favorites. Yeah. You've been to a lot of places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sounds like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us, since COVID's going through a phase over there. Damn, what she called about? He huffed at her and turned his face away. Chinese restaurant, tropical. You insisted Cole contribute. You assisted Cole, help. It's okay, Cole. Tell us which one you want more. He mumbled sulkily, willing to reject his mom, but not you. I like the tropical place more. That's what I would have gone for too. With 2 votes in favor of one restaurant, it seemed it was settled. We can go there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nova. Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kara asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Kara explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kara lowered herself into a chair, while Cole picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her or to her side. It was awkward. Let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda.
Noted.
Noted. Nova. Just water, soda, milk, juice, coffee. We could do soda. Which flavor? Cola, orange, grape, lemon, lime, root beer. Root beer! I know a lot of people don't like root beer, but we do a root beer. I want a root beer float. Kara placed the order for you for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself, and it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and sat in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over their menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You want to order something different this time? Karen and Cole didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon, the meals, too, were ordered and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cole awkwardly slunk back further into his seat and across his arm, all while blatantly avoiding eye contact. The side walls must be real interesting to him right now. His sour feelings today were unignorably, and instead of asking more open questions, he brushed off Kara's head. Kara had mercy on her son and instead put her focus on you. No.
So,
So Nova, what's the few things that you're into? There's gotta be something you're do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. I like to read, I like to watch, games are fun, I like to play, I hang out with people, I go to the beach and I'm into sports like music. Spend time on art, writing things, studying, fashion. I'm really into Cove. Yeah. Oh God. Hi. Yo, can we say that? I don't think I'm that bold. Another playthrough. I spend time on art, drawing, painting, sculpting. I create digital. Ooh, digital. That's cool. Visiting galleries and. Well, I could do more. And. Okay, fuck it. I'm really into Cove. Kara let out a sudden laugh, and Cole gasped beside you. It was dramatic enough and held that he almost choked on the soda. You shrugged at the reaction. It was a truthful answer to the question. Nova! Cole whispered at you disapprovingly, obscuring part of his face with a hand, but Kyra only waved him off and encouraged you to go on. We spent time together when we can. I like it. Well, we have something in common. Oh, we said it. I didn't know we could do it, but we said it. Kyra smiled at Cole, who didn't look too impressed by either of you at that moment. Oh, games are fun. I like to play board games, video games, card games, and video games. I don't know much about them. Maybe you can show me sometime. And I go to the beach and be on Stockholm, swim, look for seashells, walk along the shore, go surfing. We look for seashells still. I keep the best ones I find for my collection. I'm sure it's an incredible collection. Uh, Swim. You must be a strong swimmer since you live so close to the ocean. I find the water a little scary, but I still like to dip my toes sometimes. And okay, I'm done. Music. Play guitar, bass, piano, drums, play violin, the flute, and I listen to a lot of it. I have an MP3 player. Oh my god, we are old. I have an MP3 player at home that my mom helped me put some music on, and I've seen some concerts. Awesome. No, that's it. I don't wanna, and you didn't say anything else.
Thanks.
Thanks. I had to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cole leaves the details out. He grinned, looking very much like he would rather be anywhere but here. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask her a few questions of your own. Cole hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who has such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. Where do you live? Normally, are you in a relationship now? Why did you and Miss O get divorced? We ain't gonna talk about that. What do you like to do? Spend time with my little boy, of course. And traveling, a real shock, huh? Where do you live normally? Nevada. Have you ever been? You shook your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. Okay, you couldn't bring yourself. I'm not asking none of those. It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped off. Cole sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. You made a silly face and you smiled at him. You gave him a sympathetic look. You flicked his straw wrapper at him. You flicked the straw wrapper at him. The wrapper hit Cole in the nose. You had to bite down your lip to keep from laughing. It was subtle, but you swore you could see the hint of a smile tilting on the corner of his lips.
Very cute.
You two seem really cute together. Cole covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat.
Seriously?
Ugh, Mom, why would you say that? You felt you blushed. Thanks, we are cute. You just laughed. Oh my god. Ugh. I mean, I did say I'm interested. I like Cole too. So are we gonna keep the bluntness going? I mean, when we was kids, I did say we was gonna marry. So I guess we're gonna be blunt, Ted. Thanks. We are cute. Very. Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious. Even Cole enjoyed his food.
Okay.
Alright, now that we're all full and content, can you explain please why you've had a bug up your butt all day? Cole's face instantly returned into a scrunched form. Seriously, baby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year. That you were going to be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you. Cole's eyes began to shake, and his frustration evident. I don't. I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything.
I see.
I see. Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. We both men gifted another Clifford surprise. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cole to crack a smile. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Clifford until now. She smothered her hair. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards.
I'm sorry.
I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cole's lips tightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option. I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. My heart. She reached across the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cole tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop. I'm sorry. Sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. Karu was completely enthused by Cole's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too? No. Ooh. Cole had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later. Not today.
It's alright.
I understand. We can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, Nova. Huh? What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's hard to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Especially when you really care about what said neighbor thinks about you. She winked. Mom! She just rubbed his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down to tap the nose at the end. Her hand down to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant and Kara had paid the bill, you walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by the time you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that the lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. Okay, he looked more like a girl. What is his hair? His hair is gorgeous. Okay, Mr. Swoop-de-Doop. But eventually you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. He got a little Swoop-de-Doop. Welcome back, family. And Nova too. I am family. Cliff. Dad. Damn, they can't know him. The two walked past him into the condo without saying another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. I feel like, when are you not in trouble? He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? He gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back, far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Nova. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cole's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would have. Thought it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kara in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both your families, and a dull moment was rarely had. Okay, thank God. I was not about to make it. I almost cut it short and like in it, cause I still gotta wake up early. Okay, so we got wave, we got growing, we got family, we got dinner, we got road trip, road trip. I remember that movie College Road Trip with Martin Lawrence and Ray Simone. So we are going to save here. Yes, we're saving right here. So how did y'all enjoy it? I loved it. This is a really good game. Like developers, y'all really did a good job. Like Cove, I can't wait to marry you. Like that seems so weird, but it is. I like the fact that we was about to fight that boy, and both of them like, hey, hold up, no. And then the other guy was it? They're like, what? Are you really about to fight? And then Cove was like, I like it. Oh my god, why was that? What's his name? Jeremy. Jeremy, you need to take a chill pill. Do the sandcastle. Go swimming. Let all the anger and frustration out. Oh my god. I like how it took me a second to realize, wait, we are not like 16. And it's all because how tall Cove is. And I forgot they said that Cove was taller than everybody in their grade. Damn, he 13. He looked like he's 16. Oh my god. I can't wait for more to experience. But I got to go pack. It's late. I gotta wake up in like, what is it? In like 7 hours. Less than 7 hours. And I hope you guys have a good night. See you later.